Testing, testing. One, two, three. Testing, testing. One, two, three.
Check, 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 check. Hey, Sam, how many were out there? You got a lot of people outside, sir? Yeah. All right, folks, as you're coming in, feel free to move toward the center and toward the front. Help build a good energy, please. All right, I think we're going to get moving here. People are still filtering in. Thank you, everyone, for starting to bring your attention here. Thank you. Awesome. All right, everybody. What are we in? What day of Climate Week are we in? Is the buzz, are we moving from the buzzy kind of like nervousness into more of the, are we in the groove of Climate Week? Are we in the groove yet? Yeah, more or less? I'm in the groove. I'm starting to feel the groove. I'm Dave Fortson. I'm on the board of directors of Blockchain times Climate BXC. We're the presenter and co-host of this event, along with GBBC, who will be joining us shortly to introduce themselves. I'm also the Chief Growth Officer at Regen Network and have been a part of the blockchain climate community through Loa Labs and Regen for quite some time. So super honored to be here and work with the GBBC team, who's just been outstanding in helping put this together. And the GBBC team, where are you? GBBC team, can we just raise hands right away? Really, if you all see the GBBC team, make sure you give them big high fives because they've been crushing it for the past 2 days. 2 days of events, of big events, is no small task. All right, I want to get a sense. How far have we traveled? I want to see who thinks they've traveled the furthest. Ooh, I got one in the corner. Yes. Seattle. Okay, fine. We'll see. Pair. Oslo. Okay. Oslo. All right, what? Japan. All right. All right. You're competing. Singapore, man. All right. I suck at geography. Where? Ibiza? Oh, man. What are you doing here? All right. Text. Where? New Zealand. Wow. That's all right. I'm bad at geography. Who won? Okay. Thank you. That's why I did not. I'm not a geographer. Awesome. I traveled from Santa Barbara, California. West Coast is the best coast. No offense, y'all. But New York is arguably the greatest city in the world. I am very grateful to be here. Super fun. So I want to take a moment. Some of you probably know each other, but I don't do church as much anymore. But when I did, I went to church all the time. My favorite part is when we just turned and introduced ourselves to each other. So if you could just do a quick introduction to your neighbor, somebody you don't know. Say hello. Say hello. Yeah, there we go. New connections, new friends. All right. Let's bring your attention back. Let's bring your attention back. I know it's really hard. It's hard. Everyone just wants to do this. This is why we're here, right? This is why we're here. Yeah. No, yeah. Shh. All right. Isn't that the best part though of all these events? Just like meeting somebody new and you know, then you get into LinkedIn, that gets weird. But either way, nice. It's good to see you all. All right. So I just want to remind people why we're here. And, again, climate super heavy, right? It's just heavy. Every new news day is something heavier, and like half the people feel like they're sleepwalking. But I feel like our crew are a bunch of happy eco warriors, is kind of the word that I use. It's like this a little bit of like, we're determined, we're relentless, but also we're just bringing joy, and we're bringing our intelligence and creativity and our relentlessness, right? We are relentless in what we do, right? It's not driven by money. It's not driven by some obligation to some boss necessarily. It's really, I think probably if you're here today, that is being driven by mission, right? And so I just want to keep holding that, and how do we bring joy to this movement? And we're going to learn today how people are not only bringing their joy, but their technology. They're bringing design, human design. They're bringing how do we build relationships? How do we design systems change? So we're going to be speaking a lot to that today. It's going to be very exciting. We're going from 12:30 until 5. We have back-to-back really good speakers throughout the day. And then we're also, then I think we're done with all the food and drink, but there are some waters in the back, the bathrooms around the corner. But please make sure if you take a conversation, please take it outside. But we'd love your attention here. And if you have a colleague that wants to join us, just send them on over. Well, we're definitely oversubscribed, but you know how the climate events go. We get about 1,000 people who sign up and about 300 who show. So anyhow, so let's get rolling. I like to take a moment to introduce my colleague and friend and one of the true badasses in climate tech, Sandra Rowe over from GBBC. And I'd like her to introduce the Global Blockchain Business Council and what they did. And by the way, quick hands, anyone at UNGA GBBC's event yesterday? All right, like to see it. Okay.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for joining in the room. And for those who are live streaming, welcome. And I hope you have a great few hours with us. Thank you for joining. My name is Sandra Rowe. I'm the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council. And for those on the GBBC side, this is day 2 of our UNGA week. Yesterday was with the UN Joint Staff Pension Fund, and we basically spent the day focusing on the other SDGs related to financial services, infrastructure, regulatory, supply chains, all of that. But today is really a day dedicated towards energy transition, renewables, climate, all the stuff that hopefully you are all here for, including also gender equality. So we'll be talking about that too. GBBC, for those who are not familiar, we're the largest blockchain and digital asset nonprofit association with more than 500 institutional members across 117 jurisdictions and disciplines. We have 301 ambassadors who help us around the world. Our members help us around the world. Our community helps us around the world to do what we do. And climate is one of our biggest challenges and passions. So we are here to make sure that we advance that forward. Let's do it with positivity. It's about collaboration, and it's daunting, but we can do it if we do bit by bit together. And I'm also on the board of BXC, and I'm really grateful for that too. Thank you. Now over to a wonderful co-host, but also someone I've known for quite a while. York Rhodes is a Microsoft strategist and founder, really, of blockchain at Microsoft. He is also on the board of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. He wears many different hats. He has a course over at NYU, and I think some of the NYU class students are here. Give a shout out. Yay for NYU. Students are in the room. We love that. This is intergenerational, people. So York, over to you, say a few words. And thank you for hosting Microsoft.
Of course, of course. And thank you for emceeing. That was amazing, by the way. Is that your specialty? I was going to call out my NYU students, so thank you, Sandra. As Sandra said, I go way back with a lot of people in this room. So I will make my comments very brief. I am talking later in detail about the work that I've been doing in blockchain at Microsoft, and also in the blockchain work that I've been doing specifically in cloud supply chain. I'll talk about that later, so it's a plug for my later session. But I think one of the comments that I sort of come away with when we're talking about deep subjects like climate change, sustainability, ESG, forced labor, human trafficking, is if I'm a technology optimist, and I think we have to be technology optimists and think systemically, to your point, about how do you actually solve these solutions, looking at them as a full system in the world and the ecology that we live in, and how do we bring technology to bear to try to close the loop on these systems. And that's really the core challenge of any of these large problem spaces. So the work I'm doing in supply chain currently is actually focused on forced labor regulation compliance, which is a net new thing, which is actually very good. And I'm going to say 2 minutes about that. Hopefully this will solve some of the humanitarian issues in supply chains where there's a lot of forced labor. But it also lays the foundation for Scope 3 emissions attribution, because all of the same factories and participants in an upstream supply chain, whether it's LVMH's supply chain or Microsoft's supply chain or Tesla's or VW's or anybody else's supply chain, 60+% of emissions is actually coming from Scope 3. That is the upstream supply chain. So when you solve this problem that we're solving currently, which is providing guarantees of avoidance of forced labor in upstream supply chains, we are looking at the entire same constituent bodies as is providing our 60% of our emissions. And so it's a really interesting opportunity to solve both at the same time, slightly different technical approaches, but the fact that we're going to identify and touch and hopefully not break global trade in the process, this is a pretty interesting overlap. And so as we work on this work at Microsoft, this is like our asterisks, right? If we're solving forced labor, we actually have a real opportunity to layer on emissions attribution in a way that we can't do it today because we don't know who the parties are. So last data point, this work is actually sponsored, the key stakeholders for the forced labor work, as you might imagine, at Microsoft. We have a group under Brad Smith, who's the president, called Tech for Fundamental Rights, run by Teresa Hudson, who's over in our UN office, as well as Brad, entertaining dignitaries this week. And that's one sponsor. We also have, because it's a regulatory trade compliance issue, we have the Trade Compliance organization as another key sponsor, and then all the supply chains at Microsoft. And there's multiple supply chains at Microsoft, from building construction sites to house data centers, that obviously has a lot of issues in it, to building devices like Xbox and the Surfaces, to building cloud hardware that goes into these data centers. So all of that is part of the work that we're doing in forced labor, which again also hits all of the emissions categories as well. So a lot of, when you're thinking about this, you want to think about this being a massive problem. The data point that I'll talk about later is you're talking about tens of millions of individual entities with different beneficial ownership, and we have no idea who they are. But we have to do attribution according to the new regulations coming out of Europe, and we have to do guarantees against forced labor from both US and Europe. So that's all I'll say. It's a big problem, but we should be technology optimists. Whenever somebody says, AI is horrible, think about all that AI can do, right, in this category, as well as blockchain, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you very much and welcome, and I will hand it over to our speaker.
Right, everyone, thank you so much, York Roads and Microsoft, hosting us in this beautiful building. So just a quick preface before I introduce our first speaker. I looked up real quickly of what are SDGs? This is going to be anchoring much of our discussion here around the intersection of technology, blockchain, climate, and sustainable development goals. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations members in 2015, created 17 World Sustainable Development Goals. They were created with the aim of peace and prosperity for people and the planet. They were aimed for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. Love that, right? While tracking climate change and working to preserve oceans and forests, the SDGs highlight the connections between the environmental, social, and economic aspects of sustainable development. Sustainability is at the center of the SDGs. So if you think about that, right, there's a human function here, right? There's a there's a reminding us that, being at peace and being able to coexist together is intricately linked to the health of our planet, right? So it's not just about protecting a tree. It's about protecting the communities and figuring out how we can all get along in order to address climate change and coexist on this planet, right? Our lack of ability to coexist has created so many problems. Right? Every war that we're having right now is creating new environmental catastrophes, human catastrophes, and whatnot. So when we're talking today, hold that space, right? We're not just talking about, nature separate from humans. We are nature, we are together, and our ability to coexist and work together is going to anchor much of the next 20 years of working in climate. So with that context, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. We are very lucky, speaking of the United Nations, to have Masamba Choi, the project executive and UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So Masamba, thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate having you. Please, a warm welcome for Masamba Choi.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to interact with you, and I would like to thank Blockchain, X-Climate, GBBC, and Microsoft for the opportunity. The challenge of our time is not just about decarbonizing industries. It's even not just about decarbonizing our economy. This is about satisfying the needs of the many people while keeping human activities within the planetary boundaries. It means that we need to be able to develop solutions that help satisfy the need of nutrition and health, shelter, access to products and services, leisure, and clothing for the many people, nobody being left behind, while keeping the world within the planetary boundary, meaning being aligned with not only the climate goal, but also the goal related to biodiversity, land, and also the use of natural resources. This is daunting. This is very much challenging. This is nothing less than reinventing our society, but also reinventing ourselves. And if we want to reinvent our society, we need to come up with a new systemic innovation framework, which is human-centric and not sector-centric. And it has to be vision-driven and not reactive. And it has to be also collaborative, because it's all about radical collaboration. And to reinvent ourselves, we need to come up with a new metacognitive reframing framework that challenge the way we are thinking, that challenge the way we are acting, and that challenge the way we are interacting, and promote the widespread adoption of three important core values: caring, sharing, and daring. So let's talk first about reinventing our society. The challenge that we are facing is that the world is changing exponentially. Everybody recognizes that. So it means that in such type of situation, if you want to improve incrementally, you will fall back exponentially. So it means that whatever change we have to make need to be exponential. This is why we need to have a systemic approach to innovation. It has to be vision-driven. Most of the time, we have what I will call a product-to-push approach to innovation. We first innovate, and then we look for use cases. That will not work for climate and sustainability. Or we have a reactive approach to innovation. We use innovation most of the time to solve a problem. This is needed, but that is not enough. We need to be able to paint the future that we want and backcast, translate this vision into concrete innovation that we need today so that we can build that future. It's a more proactive approach to innovation. Technology innovation will not be enough. It will be key, but we need to have an integrated approach to innovation where technology innovation will be combined with policy innovation. Innovation in terms of financial solution, but also innovative business model, innovative cooperative approach because it's all about collaboration, and finally, innovative product from the culture and creative industry because art should be part of the toolbox for adoption. If you are able to put all these things together, we can face the challenge that are in front of us. We have 4 main types of climate action. Unfortunately, the 3 that are the most transformative are the less known. You will not see them in most of the climate and sustainability program. The first of them are the climate and sustainability solution that can disrupt the current product and services that we are using to satisfy our needs. These are the most transformative type of climate and sustainability action. To illustrate, let's take the case of mobility. When we say mobility, everybody will think about shifting from combustion car to electric vehicle, which is good. I'm not saying that this should not be done. It has to be done. But we should be mindful that this is not the most transformative type of climate and sustainability action. We need to ask first the question, why do we need car at the first place? And then the response will be, we need car for mobility. Then next, can we address the need for mobility with less car? And if we ask this question and we focus innovation on that, we can see popping up solution that we will not see if we just focus at the sectoral level. So if we focus on the needs of the many people, we can then see that digital technology such as GIS, GPS, remote sensing, can be used for land use planning in cities and site selection to build a 15-minute city where most of the product and services are available at biking or walking distance. And by doing so, we use this digital technology to disrupt the need for motorized transportation. This is much more transformative. So it means that when you go back to the needs of the many people and you try to figure out how innovation can help satisfy them differently, you will come up with the most transformative type of climate and sustainability action. Where we cannot do that, we need to enhance the efficiency of use of the product and services, like car sharing or carpooling. Or we need to enhance the circularity of the economy. And only when all these things have been done, we can focus on the negative externality, which is the GHG emission that we will try to reduce. But most of the time, people focus only on GHG emission reduction. This is important, but it's not enough. We need to consider the other 3 most important type of climate and sustainability action. Now, these 3 most transformative type of climate and sustainability action are enabled by digital technology. They cannot happen in the absence of digital technology. This is why we strongly believe that the green transition will necessarily be a twin digital and green transition, or it will not happen. Digital technology are central to the green transition. So it opened a huge market opportunity for the ICT companies. But if they want to mobilize this opportunity, they need to go beyond acting on their vertical. And because this is still at the sectoral level, and try to go back to the people and their need. And this is why we are strongly promoting cities, because cities are space where people live. Now, to reinvent ourselves, I talk about 3 core values: caring, sharing, and daring. Caring is important because we need to care about the planet and its inhabitants to be able to develop the relevant climate and sustainability solution. Sharing data, sharing experience, sharing knowledge. And this is why we are strongly promoting open source and open access. We consider that knowledge should not be hidden behind paywall. It has to be made available to the many people so that we give them opportunity to also contribute. Daring. The challenge for climate and sustainability solution is mainly linked to the way we are setting goal and target. Most of the time, we are setting goal and target based on our understanding of what is possible, not based on what is needed. And I understand where it is coming from. If you are a CEO of a company and you set a goal in front of your board of directors, they will ask you, how will you go about your goal? And you cannot simply say, I do not know. In that case, they will say, you are not credible. But this is wrong, because this way of thinking is what locks us in a vicious circle. Because if you ask the solution provider, why are you not developing the transformative solution that they need to be ambitious, they will respond, because there is no demand. And we are locked in a vicious circle. So we need to have a moonshot way of thinking where goal and target are set not on the basis of what seems possible to us, but on the basis of what is needed. So it requires audacity to dream big. It requires also tenacity to be able to persevere in front of challenge, but also resilience to be able to bounce back even stronger in the face of failure. I would like to invite you to consider thinking big and daring to be brave and daring to contribute to developing climate and sustainability solutions that are enough transformative to serve the many people and the planet. If we have this mindset, and if you are able to build this systemic innovation framework, then we can develop society that are productive and not just extractive, societies that are regenerative and not destructive, and societies that are supporting the many people and not putting them in a situation where they will not be willing to contribute. And in such situation, we can help build a society that is able to provide flourishing life to the many people, work that they can be passionate about and that they will implement with interest, with enthusiasm. And all these things in return will contribute to building the vision of peace, security, and human dignity that was mentioned, and that are the vision of the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
Where did our MC go? Thank you, Masamba. We really appreciate your sage words, and I think all of us here, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Great. So we were looking for we have eyes on Emma. Is she here? Is she? Oh, there she is. Oh, wonderful. Oh, great. So why don't we start to move to our next panel, and we're just doing a quick notification turn off. So please stand by. I just want to see this real fast. Oops. Great. If we could get Nilmini Rubin, Emma, and Emma, I'm going to have you communicate with me how to say your last name properly, pardon me. And Sandra, if you could all join right up here on stage. Yep, right here. Yeah, and I'll bring some mics to you all.
Or we can share the one,
I've got another one here.
like family style.
Great. And this, the title of this talk is Empowering Women in Tech and Beyond, Bridging Gender Gaps for Sustainable Development. Our moderator is Sandra Rowe, and I'll leave you with the other mic.
Yeah, okay. All right, we get two. That's better than one. All right, well, welcome everyone. And why are we talking about gender equality? Well, there is a very specific initiative that we want to talk about first, but ultimately, I don't know if about half this room is women, probably a third, but let's face it, in tech in general, we have a bit of a disproportionate scenario sometimes when we see that women are not at the table or in the jobs or in the inputs of building the tech that we want. And let's face it, if you've got 50% of the population or more are women, they probably should be included. And not just women, by the way, it's diversity of all kinds. But today, I want to have two of our esteemed panelists here really talk about how we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of this. So Emma, I want to start with you, representing the UN Population Fund. Can you explain what it is for those who may not be as familiar, but also your background and the initiative that we just announced, that we've just joined and you announced a year ago?
Thank you very much, and I'm really excited about that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Hietaniemi. No worries to moderator. It's Finnish surname, so these are not the easiest. So no offense. So I'm from the United Nations Population Fund. We are also known by the acronym UNFPA. We are also known as the United Nations Sexual Health and Reproductive Health Agency. And we really put that in the center of, because if you imagine that if you don't have healthy population, if you don't have healthy women, if you don't have healthy mothers during the pregnancy and healthy babies, what do you have? So this is why we have to put women at the very center of everything. So at the heart of the communities, at the heart of the countries. And like I said, we are half of the population, but also to put it in the context of this summit. We work in over 100 countries, frontline with the healthcare workers, we work with the communities, we bring the commodities to that 10-year-old girl completely confused what is happening when they're getting their first period. But we are also working in these countries that are the most vulnerable, the climate change. The most vulnerable to climate change have also proven, unfortunately, to be women. We are working in these countries where the majority of world's young population lives, and we are working in these countries that are also the least connected to internet. So that really brings us to the very, very intersection of what we need to address. And every day we work with these women, with these people in a situation where we know that there is extreme climate stress. There are extreme health stress. There are these young people that need to realize their rights, their choices. They want and they need to be leveraging the technology. They need to be connected to the technology, but it just does not work for them because it has not been developed. It has not been designed for them. And when working in an innovation unit, this is really what we want to change. We need to start designing products, no matter where we sit, no matter what company are we representing, product or service we are producing, we need to think from the very beginning, does this really work for that 20-year-old new mother in Sierra Leone in extreme health stress, first time connecting to a new technical solution? We want that to work for them. We want these products to really work for everyone. So that is why we established Equity 2030 Alliance, because we believe that no product or service is the kind where we would not have to think about the gender implications. And unfortunately, that is often the case, especially with the healthcare. We see this in clinical trials. We see this in adverse reactions that these women are experiencing, but in technology as well. So AI, unfortunately, because this is trained on historical data, which is quite male biased, it just keeps on feeding itself. It keeps on just extrapolating itself. And we need to put an end to that. And that is something that we can do. And we can intentionally really flip the switch. We can start redesigning the world through the products and services that many of us, I'm sure, in the room are also representing. So shall I already tease a bit of how many different types of companies do we have on the Equity 2030 Alliance? We are close to 70 or over 70 members already, but maybe giving over then to you to.
So we have something that we want to put out to you all in our talk as well, because we think it's important. We talked about collaboration and community. Well, here is your opportunity, everyone. Equity 2030, which Alliance, which Emma's just mentioned. I'm going to hand over the mic to Nilmini because she's going to talk about why she has advocated for Hedera to join Equity 2030 Alliance, and GBBC as well. And we just announced that yesterday. We are going together to help the Population Fund do this, and we can do this together if you all also think about applying and joining. So, Nilmini, can you explain why you decided to be a leader and supporter of this initiative?
Well, I'm Nilmini Rubin. I'm Chief Policy Officer at Hedera, and I was really happy that Hedera was keen to join Equity 2030 because we, as a digital ledger technology, see how important it is that women have access to our products, and it is something that we want to give to the world, but it is also a benefit to us because women are half the market. So it's important that we certainly serve them. Hedera is known for inclusion of women within our ranks. We have 2 C-suite officers, myself and our CFO. We have worked with organizations on projects that address financial inclusion, especially the benefit to women in products. We're going to be doing a project soon with a big think tank in Washington about that. And we are supporters of a caucus in the United States. The House of Representatives has a caucus on wealth creation and financial inclusion, and we've been working with those members on how digital ledger technology can help build wealth creation in the United States, which is really important for women. And interestingly enough, the caucus is led by 2 women, Representative Joyce Beatty from Ohio and Representative Young Kim from California. And we are large supporters of women in crypto. So a plug for them also, for women and people who support women to look at women in crypto. And then when we just think about our products and we think about sustainability, as you mentioned, that women are so vulnerable to climate change. I'm really proud of the work that Hedera does on sustainability that Wes Geisenberger will be talking about. But also just some of the things that we don't always think about with gender, like digital identity. Those types of products are built on Hedera. And I think that that's really interesting. So when you go, let's say you're going somewhere and you have to show your ID and it has like your name, and all you need to do is prove that you're over 21. But this ID that you hand over has your name, your address, your phone number, your full date of birth. It doesn't need to have that information. The bartender doesn't need to know that much information, but now they suddenly have it. And with digital ID, you're able to control what information you share. So that bartender just knows that you're over 21, which is really, really important for the safety of women, here in New York, here for UNGA. But then you think about the applications for that. Women controlling their identity in different transactions throughout their lives, being able to control the information that they share. And it's really, really powerful. So I could go on, but I do think that it's just incredibly exciting, and I really appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to share a story of the power of what anyone here who's a builder can do. And we actually fell into one inadvertently, and then we're going to go back to talking a bit more about Equity 2030 Alliance. But we ran a hackathon during UNGA week a couple years ago, and we had a couple different verticals, and one of the nonprofits that won was to actually create a digital twin cooperative in Peru with the World Food Program. So this nonprofit won a little bit of money, took that and started developing a digital twin cooperative, working with a real cooperative in Peru, and using blockchain. And in the middle of it, someone came to me and said, "Do you know, we just did something really cool?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't do anything," but I said, what happened? Well, because of the hackathon, they're like, all these women in this cooperative were recognized as owners of their farms. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Well, in the old way of naming and identifying each land, mass, it's actually owned by the family, but it would have only one name. And guess whose name was almost always by default on that? It was the male. It was the father figure. Well, guess what? In that digital ID twin that we created, or I should say the collective we, they added a second line. They added the women's name. And that simple act of building a field, a data field in the digital version actually opened up a whole conversation around the women actually own the land. A lot of them should own the land. They actually work the land. And frankly, when their husbands, or if their husbands pass away before them, they often have a lot of issues with saying, "That's actually my land." So can you imagine, in that one small act of going digital, we somehow not only opened the debate, but we recognized someone's identity. And that we hadn't even baked into the design of this. It happened. And now, by the way, we're talking to another group in Kenya, cooperative, about creating a digital cooperative twin. And guess what we're doing? We're baking that in. Because that is something we've learned now that we need to do across the board. So that's just one example to you of the intentionality that sometimes, like, we didn't know that was a problem. But guess what? Now that we do, we're designing it in. So Emma, over to you. Can you talk a little bit about the people that, or the organizations who are in the Equity 2030 Alliance and how diverse it is, and a bit more about how others could possibly get involved?
Sure, thank you. And I really like how both of your examples are perfect from this. If we can imagine the inconveniences, or from inconvenience to deadly, what the gender equity issues really are. So we have these where it might be just inconvenient. The phone might not fit to your hand. So we need companies who can, again, intentionally, I really appreciate that word, intentionally design a product that, okay, we have ensured that this wearable that we've developed has been measured to fit for different types of hands. Or then a question of really the financial inclusion. It's not only inconvenient, it's life-changing. Or the question of safety, again, not just an inconvenience, it can really literally save your life or keep you more safe, whether it's a digital space or whether it's a physical space. But then on the other end of the scale are also where it can really be deadly. So in our alliance, we have representatives from technology companies, from academia to pharmaceuticals, and at the very other end of that scale are also examples that where we have AI developers, we have new diagnostics developers, and they realize that the data that these diagnostics have been fed into, we need to make sure that we are not misdiagnosing women, that we are not passing them, we are not discharging them from the hospitals because we've just misdiagnosed them based on biased data. So this is really, I think, the beauty that we've managed to see on the first year of the Alliance as we launched 1 year ago. It really is a question for everyone. And what I also really appreciate on the conversations that we've had, and these have been very frank conversations between business leaders who really then go back to their teams and say, like, first they think that I'm not so sure if we have anything, let me go back to our designer team or our engineers. And a week later, they can come back and say that, yes, by the way, we just have not been asking that question from ourselves, but our engineers, our designers, they can tell me exactly that how is it that we are including women in our design process. But also the fact that each and every one also recognizes that we cannot be here in this alliance alone. This cannot be just for the private sector. We need academia, who it has been decades already publishing studies, who really teaches how to take gender and sex into consideration. We need the member states. We have 3 member states, Ghana, Norway, Germany, who've already joined us, who know that, yes, we need policies to then also drive this. We need to stay accountable, and we need these accountability mechanisms. We also have investors, which is really a huge key that we need to turn things. We need investments. We need public, we need private, we need foundations, and not only these to be investing into more women, into more women-centric solutions, but to really mainstream that is actually our criteria, that should be the default question that you ask when you decide to whom you are funding, whose product you are funding, that we are asking these questions. And I think that brings back to what Sandra, you mentioned about intentionality. And that is something that I really like very many of the Alliance members also repeating. We promise we are intentional about our design.
Thank you for that. And I also want to give a shout out to the other Web3 groups that have joined recently as well. A TaxBit, some of you may be familiar, crypto tax reporting and compliance. And Algorand Foundation, another layer 1, has also joined. And we highly recommend, if any of you are interested, to look at their application process and apply for yourself to become a part of this movement. And I'm going to call it a movement because at the end of the day, it's about the long game, not some, announcement and then we all go away and forget about it. It needs to be, as I said, designed in, thoughtfully thought about, question what your organization is doing. And look, there are probably things that we're going to look at as GBBC and help our members to look at with much more, I'm going to use the word again, intentionality of, are we actually being as inclusive as we could be? Because we're all really busy. We're all just trying to get stuff out the door and do things. But sometimes in that, there is carelessness and bias that we don't even realize. Naomi, I'm going to go back to you because you are a layer 1. And the question is like, okay, we get it. You guys support women. That's cool. You're going to you do a lot of different initiatives, support it. What would you say the industry, like Web3 in general, could really do more beyond just saying, yes, we support women? What do you think are practical things that we should be doing?
I think that the most useful thing that a company could do is to just ask questions. So when you're making a decision, just ask a question like, what would be the gender factor in this? Whether it's like a product design or a policy or just like ask the question and see because you don't need to necessarily rely on anyone specific in the room to just start thinking critically. And if one of the answers to your questions is, well, we need to bring more expertise in, bring it in and don't be shy, because we're so early in this industry that we're setting the design, we're setting the platform for things, and we want to make sure that at this point we get it right because it's really hard to retrofit.
Emma, any other thoughts that you want to conclude? We have only a few more minutes left. So in parting words for the Population Fund, would you like to share?
Maybe I could just recap that or summarize that If you thought that, sexual health, the health of women, does that apply to me? Just think again. Just think through the entire process. Think through from the very beginning of the data that you collect to bringing it to the teams, to innovating together in-house. What do we want to achieve? Who do we want to serve? Do we want to serve a niche market, or do we want to serve 100% of the population? Who do we really want to serve? What are these points, these pain points that we have, and how can we really fix it together? And secondly, also really being intentional about how do we make sure that it's not just, women in our teams, they must know, let's leave it to them. It really is everyone's business. It's not just putting this on women's shoulders, but it should be everyone's business. And that also goes back to the point of education. So really, let's think about how can we make sure that if we don't have the expertise in-house yet, how can we really support our staff within our company to get educated about this? And good thing is that many are starting only now. So if you're starting now, you're not late. you will still be on the right train. But as long as you start tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well, look, there is a reason why we started off this summit with this topic. It was intentional. We want you to think about that for the next couple hours, because we are going to get deep into carbon markets and tokenization and all the stuff that many of you are here for. But let's face it, if you don't include as many people as possible of all kinds of backgrounds and walks of life and gender and blah, 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 then what are we doing? Are we just doing a version of what already exists? Let's do better. Let's just set better standards. So the UN's, we're here during UNGA week, right? New York Climate Week. Let's set higher standards for all of ourselves. Let's not just meet the minimum. It's not good enough. And as Musamba also said, we're not here to just decarbonize corporations. We've got to do well beyond that. And I know a lot of you are really forward thinkers, so you're already doing that. Let's just amplify that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Nilmini and Emma.
Great, thank you so much. What's my GBBC staff? All right, I'm not sure there. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to start. Check. Do a quick thank you to all of our sponsors here today. Again, these events, as all of you, again, we're so used to these free, quote unquote, free events. Very famous saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch, despite the free lunch you all enjoyed today, that is actually paid for by our sponsors. So big shout out to TaxBit, to Hedera, the HBAR Foundation, and we'll be hearing from HBAR Foundation next. Ripple, Nature Wired, the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, if I'm saying that correctly with my bad eyes, Algorand, Microsoft, Blockchain Times Climate, and GBBC, who is Houses, just as a reminder, Houses is our fiscal sponsor for BXC. Very big shout out to the GBBC team. So now we're going to hop into our next chat. And this is somebody I'm very pleased to introduce. He's a friend of mine, a colleague, a fellow Web3 eco-warrior who's been working at the intersection of climate finance and Web3. You're going to be really enjoying here. We have a demo from Wes Geisenberger, the VP of Sustainability and ESG at the HBAR Foundation. Wes, could you join us on stage, please?
Well, thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate everyone from the GBBC team for having us, hosting us, Microsoft for hosting us here at this office. It's a fantastic location and a fantastic time to be in New York during Climate Week. For those who don't know me, my name is Wes Geisenberger. I help lead Sustainable Impact Fund at the HBAR Foundation. And And what we think about at the HBAR Foundation is growing the Hedera economy, but specifically in sustainability. So you heard from Nilmani, just by show of hands, who heard of Hedera before coming today? My goal is to double that next year, so this is just a test. And I'll probably do a couple more hand raise tests later on. But at the HBAR Foundation Sustainable Impact Fund, our goal is to grow the sustainability economy on Hedera. And we think about that in the context of bringing the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger. But one important question is, why does this need a public ledger? Why is that important? And oftentimes we're thinking about environmental integrity of the assets that are issued, oftentimes carbon market assets. And in the Global Blockchain Business Council, we have a task force that's called the Interwork Alliance Sustainability Business Working Group. And inside of that working group is the Voluntary Ecological Markets Task Force. We've been working with like Microsoft, Gray's and Amy, and see on the authorship of these papers, working with folks like York to help get these standards out there in collaboration with folks like the HBAR Foundation and our ecosystem of partners. And the goal is to enable not just a token to live on a balance sheet, but understanding the audit trail in the context of the methodologies and the rules. And a lot of the folks in our ecosystem are really, really focused on making sure that those rules are fully digital, auditable, and that auditable information becomes discoverable. The discoverable information then becomes trading information, and focusing on the audit trail first. And so when we invest in these public goods, we're building on standards that come from organizations like the GBBC and our Voluntary Ecological Markets Task Force, or the VEM as we call it, and we're building open source technology that acts as a rules engine. And this tool is called the Open Source Hedera Guardian. And we take our finance, our goals to support that mission, and we work with our ecosystem of partners to help make it happen through our grants. So we announced $100 million of funding back in 2022, and we support that open source infrastructure through our partners. So you see the name Hashgraph. Oftentimes you hear Hedera Hashgraph, but Hashgraph is also a technical organization that helps guide and advise folks building on Hedera. And working side by side with the HBAR Foundation Sustainable Impact Fund team, and if Hanya and Jonathan want to raise your hands, just so folks see you and can identify you, we work together with those implementation partners like Envision, who are here in the rooms, if the Envision team could raise their hands. And those are the open source maintainers of the Guardian who work together so that these applications can build faster and they don't have to build the same back-end layers that are built again and again by emissions tracking applications, standards, or other software providers in the industry. It's a digital public good. And when folks build these digital public goods, the end users, who are often folks in communities, sometimes they're rural communities in the global south, sometimes they're large companies who are implementing environmental projects. And those are using these applications, and sometimes these applications are talking to other applications, but they're impacting the people on the ground. And they support the entire financial flow. So when we digitize methodology in the Hedera Guardian, which is something that you can do faster than any platform that we've seen to date, and these methodologies are all open source, you can trace the flow of finance into these accounts that are interacting with the roles defined in these methodologies on the public ledger. These methodologies, which are open source, you can import them on one click, are able to be used by standards. They're able to be validated by standards if you write them and propose them to the standard yourself. And the standards can look at them in Excel. Those same methodologies go in that rules engine, they can produce assets. And we're going to talk about that and show that in a little bit. But those same methodologies don't just have to be carbon markets or biodiversity credit methodologies. They can be emissions tracking methodologies to collect emissions data to meet the tough requirements that are coming down the pipe with CSRD, regulations in California, and other jurisdictions around the world. And the same folks who are getting used to the digital expertise required to develop these tools are working on both sides of the market. But they're also teaching folks how to understand what is granularly happening inside of these digital platforms, so we can more credibly understand an important question, which is who said what when? Why did they say it? Answering what question and methodology? What calculation did it go through? What agency requires this? And so the Guardian effectively enables that, efficiently digitizing the rules, efficiently delivering the data from the different parties across a workflow, and ultimately cryptographically binding both the rules, which sometimes change year after year, version after version at a standard, or looking at not just a version, but maybe a migration to new rules across standards as we think about things happening in the carbon market, going from voluntary standards to say 6.2, or across different registries if you're looking to migrate your projects for certain reasons. They're cryptographically bound to a token, starting at 0 and adding up as that data enters so that you know what caused the issuance of an asset. And That enables a workflow across different parties made up of different schemas, which are just a series of questions and calculations that lead to the issuance of an asset. And we call these assets tokens. And those tokens are issued oftentimes as things like a verified unit from a specific standard or inside of a company. And the outcome is it's linked to the policy, and you can trace every single rule of who said what when. So what does this look like in practice? We're going to switch over to, it's a live demo, by the way, so if something doesn't load, it's live, so we'll find out. But this is a GCC, the Global Carbon Council policy methodology. This is an ACM1 methodology. We actually got help, and I just want to say thank you to Masamba's team, who actually helped validate and make sure that these methodologies were correct. And we can actually go inside one of these methodologies and see what's happening step by step by step. Now, because this is a Web3 application, because this is on a public ledger, anyone who writes these rules and publishes them to Hedera, anyone can see the rules. That means if somebody's not following the rules when they answer the questions, you can see it very granularly what it looks like. Now, this may look hard to read. We make this so that you can download these specific rules into an Excel sheet. It looks a little bit like this. And when you make a change, you can upload it right back up. You can even put example answers in here so that your users can pull this in and out, whether you're an emissions tracking platform or a standard, in the same format that they would expect from a project developer. And you can take this into schema by schema by schema. And schemas are relatively important here, because if you go into what does a schema look like for one of these standards, they are extraordinarily complicated. And if you wanted to take a look at what a schema looks like, you can go click into one of these scenarios. I'm going to pull one that I've already downloaded a file to look at. But this is how an average carbon market schema looks like. If you have to read this in English, good luck. If you have to know what the calculation means in the context of the asset that was created half a year later, you probably have a PhD. So congratulations. But at the same time, we don't just need to know, and I want to point back to something said in the last panel, that we're meeting the minimum standard. We have to go beyond the minimum standards. We have to put quality assignments on this. And this is where things like the ICBCM are attempting to put standards on raising the quality bars for what's happening inside these calculations. And if you go back to what these schemas may look like for, say, a monitoring report, which is this exact schema we were looking at here, how all of these data points are hierarchically related, we can actually take these IWA standards that we built, we've built into the rules engine, assigned to a schema, assigned to an overall methodology of many schemas, and we can make them searchable, comparable in ways that we haven't been able to do before. So this starts to become powerful building blocks, starting at the standards level, going into open source, building on a methodology and a rules engine that's now comparable one to another. And so say I want to go take these side by side. These are two different methodologies, and we picked these intentionally. GCC hasn't yet been signed off by the ICBCM for this methodology or the overall standard. But ACM1 actually has been. They've said that this is an okay technical credit methodology, and so we can compare them side by side. And so we could click on both of these, add them here, show them. Within less than a minute, in a live application, we can see how much of the same or different do these methodologies, how do they look like in a rules engine on the fly. So now that we can see the complexity of the depth of even one of those schemas, we can go look at them side by side across different standards to improve environmental integrity. And so when we think about this, why can't we do this beyond environmental integrity for every single SDG? It's possible. The technology is here today. It's open source. But what's also very powerful is I can go lay this out in very different formats. And this is what a schema looks like here. I can say who's interacting with the schema, who approved it. This is a gold standard water-related question that we search for in a monitoring report, but it's a TPDD tech, which is a cook stove methodology. And we can see who said what when. The project developer said something here. It's an application document, which led to a listing application, which led to a verification from the VVB, which was approved by, in this demo scenario, gold standard. This VVB application led to the project being created. That led to a validation. That led to a monitoring report. You can all search for this today on Hedera in plain English. That means every interface, every credit you want to search for, digitized down to that granular data point is possible on the fly. And one of the tests that we always have is this technology objectively better than what we did in the past? Does it allow us to build new building blocks for innovation? Can we apply AI models to this? Can we apply other technologies to build on top of it? And so our next steps are, well, what's going to get us beyond quality? What's going to improve the market in part of these building blocks? And we have to make this all available in a programmable way. So all of this, everything that you've just seen, comparability, that hierarchical matrix, the search in plain text English is all accessible via API. If you run a marketplace, you can find every single one of these methodologies. If the project data has been input against it, you can search for it via API today on Hedera. And when we think about taking this back to, well, how does this apply to quantitative integrity? We can take that same Excel sheet view and we can allow every project developer, every standard, every VVB to make sure that this matches their format, to iteratively upgrade it and expand their format for more details, to include things like the SDGs on top of just the environmental integrity elements. And we can start to map those to the aspirational labels that we create in the market, things like the CCPs, the core carbon principles, and we can map them to other attributes. But we do this, and I want to point out the importance of the GBBC and the IWA here. We do this based on the properties and the standards coming out at that low technical level that are the building blocks that we require for environmental integrity and industry success. And so what we've done is we've started to map that upwards because we have the schemas, because we have a workflow going left to right here of data points, and we know the data that's going to be collected in answering this from all the different parties, knowing who said what when, whether it's a sensor, a person, or a system. We can map upwards from a property, which is that glossary of terms that says across standards, this means the same thing, a monitoring report, permanence, durability, additionality, leakage. We can start to build statistics. And just by show of hands, who's a baseball fan or a soccer fan? So in baseball, I'm a Mets fan, so it's great to be in New York this week. If somebody has an at-bat and they hit the ball 30% of the time, that's a complex statistic to some other folks. It's just how many at-bats that we're taking on one side of the statistic, how many hits on the other side. We're doing one divided by the other. Why can't we do that in the carbon markets for quality standards? If you know if it hit the ball 30% of the time, it's a lot better than 20%. But what if we could apply that to qualitative, collected across every carbon market methodology? What if we could iteratively improve it to make it better? What if we could take this and map it all the way up to a CCP label, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? We can do that today on Hedera. We can go take, and this is something that's coming out in open source in the coming week or so. And we can build a report, select the different schemas, select the different questions in a methodology, select the different properties that map upwards to build those statistics, and develop those statistics in a way that they're queryable, they're searchable, but not just the project developer or the standard can develop them, but anyone can develop our statistic on quality. How we engage different parties and not just technology developers to know who said is to put this in the hands of academics and NGOs to say, here are the inputs, here's the outputs. How do I score this data? What is the relationship of this data to the data preceding it? This doesn't have to be done in a PDF. We can score it 1 through 4. We can score it 1 through 100, 5 stars. It doesn't matter what it is. Now, we've taken a real world example to get here. And as we go across this, we work with a project developer called Alcott, who's been working on financial transparency metrics. We took a couple scoring categories of the CCPs, number 5 and number 7. One's focused on project effectiveness and the other's focused on leakage. So 7 is leakage and 5 is project effectiveness. What we've actually done is we've taken that statistic and developed it here so that we can map it into the CCPs. And what if you could take a monitoring report and all the data and show how that map of statistics to CCPs, what if you could pull that via API for every project? What if you could prove every single data point for all the projects that were just said, hey, you're not going to be labeled a certain way? What if we could allow them back in the room to take agency to say, or here's how I did it. Here's how I'm not being put in a category of not qualified to be bought, especially after millions of dollars have been invested into these projects. But that doesn't just have to be the CCPs getting a specific score on leakage or a specific score on effectiveness. That could be any label, not just a label developed by Fortune 500 companies, global North governments. That could be a label of what do I value as a community from a specific region in the world, focused on biodiversity, focused on any of the SDGs. We could give agency back to projects to build new attributes in the market, and those new attributes could be proposed by the same project developers, the same folks who are working on different standards? What if we could put the democratic control and access of what is quality back into the hands of folks who aren't just technical developers from a specific subset of the world? And those new attributes could be things like how much of the data comes from an IoT sensor, and a lot of folks here will focus on that, or a specific satellite data point. Back to the community, and can I prove it to a specific account on the public ledger? Not just the percentage of money that went to the project developer, but what percent went to all the contractors, what percent went to the community, what percent went in kind to, say, to pay teachers or healthcare workers, versus what went in cash. These are all different financial attributes that we think can lead to a better market. And we encourage you to engage us in thinking about this, bring ideas. And lastly, we're a grant fund. So if you have an idea that you think can change the market, come to us, bring the idea, and help us change how the market works. Thank you.
Great. We have time for a couple of questions if anyone has questions. Great. That's right. Here, I'm going to give you the mic so we can get the live stream to also hear.
Hey everyone, I'm Alex Wick, the founder of Cascadia Carbon, and I'm wondering, how does your technology solve the self-attestation issue? The idea that, the data that's entered may not reflect real world events or assets.
Could you repeat the question, Wes?
So the question, and Alex, keep me honest here to make sure I'm repeating it correctly, is how do we solve the self-attestation of data and understanding, I think, the who said what when part of what I was talking about. So the Hedera Guardian is a workflow engine, and I didn't really get into what the underlying base of that workflow is. It's a series of decentralized identifiers that are married one-to-one with accounts on Hedera, the public network, and they're issuing attestations in the form of verifiable credentials. And so when we are enabling those schemas, those policies, that digital methodology, what we're doing is we're taking the verifiable credentials bound to the decentralized identifiers all the way through what we call a trust chain. So every single data point is cryptographically bound via a verifiable presentation, which is a link of decentralized identifier or DIDs and verifiable credentials, all the way out to what we call a memo field and a token. So very technically, it's cryptographically tied to the asset issued from 0 through whatever number of issuances exist. And in the carbon emissions world, that's a fungible token. And for folks who want to join the carbon emissions token task force, feel free to reach out. There's some great work being done there. And for folks who are working on the voluntary ecological markets, that's often an NFT based on the standards.
So they're good. Great. We have one more question in the back.
Thank you. I have one question. I'm going to package it into 3. No, it's pretty short, probably. I mean, one is the technology, will it be able to actually answer all the questionnaires from CSRD, SFRD, etc.? Also, will it help with scope 3 especially, which is kind of the complicated question always. But then maybe most importantly, you mentioned open source a lot. I see your foundation. I think Hedera is a for-profit company, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you can explain really what's the interest for you to making this all open source? What's the benefit for Hedera ultimately?
Absolutely. So I'm going to start with the last and I'm going to work my way back. So Hedera gave a grant out to the HBAR Foundation to grow the sustainability economy. So you can think of us, we do our investment cycles with environmental due diligence first, technical due diligence second, business due diligence third. We focus on it that way because we need to do something objectively better for the sustainability economy than existed previously. We have to build open source software that solves problems for developers of applications and their end users. And what we're doing is we're basically doing work around economic development of the Hedera ecosystem. But at the same time, we're doing due diligence on applicants like a venture investor or an impact investor, probably a combination of both. And so when we're investing in open source infrastructure, we're investing in ways to use Hedera quicker, faster and build applications that are better than what existed previously in the market. So that's the short of that first one, and I'm happy to come back to it. Anyone who wants to chat after, I'm happy to speak about our grant programs. Now, to focus on Scope 3 specifically, we don't have a total number of methodologies for not just Scope 3, but Scope 1, 2, or the 15 categories of Scope 3 in the world, not to mention product carbon footprints. We think it's over 10,000 methodologies, and that's a guess. For every single product, you could probably write a generic methodology, but you really got to get it down to how you collect a PCF and how those PCFs are referenced inside of Scope 3 across organizations. The really cool thing, and we helped define this in the Carbon Emissions Token Task Force, is we think we have an approach using a public ledger, and I think this is uniquely a public ledger solution, to reference both upstream and downstream Scope 3 emissions. Because when you digitize a methodology and you put it on a public ledger, you can show the operational controls of not just the project as it's set up for measurement, but you can also include the audit and show the digitized standard. You could even get that audited itself, in addition to the code base underlying it. But if you then say, I'm passing my emissions to a company downstream on an invoice tied to a product carbon footprint, you can show your allocation. At the same time, that company downstream or upstream can then reference your methodology, your factors, make sure that you did it the way that they can accept, especially if it crosses borders, you have to rationalize that. You can have the controls required to collect data and show your counterparties in your value chain exactly how those emissions were collected, how they were audited. And our theory is that you can carry the audit both upstream and downstream, working with the assurance providers, of course. You can't avoid the assurance providers when it comes to audit, especially under the regulations. When it comes to the submission, which will have to come in XBRL, the Guardian is all API accessible. The format of the data submitting can be taken from API and transformed. And that's something we're really excited to be working on and collaborating on in the future. And if you have questions about that, please feel free to reach out because we're very interested in collaborators on that area.
Great. And we have one quick question here.
Hi, Wes. So my question is basically, especially when it comes to project development around the certification, the third-party certification, like what systems do we have in place? Especially I'm working with some women's cooperatives in India, and like the project development cycle, I feel like the third-party certification is a huge bottleneck. What the costs and the time associated with that process in terms of unlocking that climate financing. So what does Hedera have in place for basically checking that box or expediting that process?
So there's a couple ways we think about it. One is the Guardian's an open source tool where you can modularly create validation stages or verification stages. So in theory, if you're filling out forms instead of trying to understand PDFs and recreate those processes manually, submit a PDF digitally and hope it was correct, there's an efficiency gain there. But we also have invested in enabling technology to help inspect that data as it comes from source all the way through the process. And so we made a grant last year, Q4 last year, to a company called Demia. Demia helps inspect the source of the data and the percentage of data that may be direct from, say, a sensor, a satellite, and puts trust scores and annotations. Now, that work started with our governing council member, Dell, in a project they have called Project Alvarium, which is also an open source code base, to do trust annotations from source, whether it's a person, a server, or system, all the way through and showing if that data has been compromised. So that could be government grade or enterprise grade data. So we think about it in multiple levels of the open source stack. We have enabling tools in our ecosystems, and you can always buy this software, whether it's as a managed service or software as a service from parties in our ecosystem. You hear that folks like Dovu, Envision Blockchain has the managed Guardian service. There's marketplaces that sell the assets that come out of our ecosystem and help do different types of analysis on the pricing, like Toll Earth, who's here in the room as well. And we try to build an enabling ecosystem. So you say, well, the certification or verification is part of it, but it's also how quickly is somebody going to take to understand this asset and be able to sell it? Because ultimately the majority of the finance is going to be through the sales of the asset itself. If you need debt financing for projects, folks like Evercity, who I think are here as well, will help set these projects up digitally so you don't have to transform into a digital format and go through the process. So we think about it at multiple levels, enabling tools, platforms you can use today, but also open source tools that you can build for tomorrow.
Great. Round of applause for Wes Geisenberger from Hedera Foundation. HBAR.
Thank you all.
Great.
And I also want to say one thing. A big thanks to Dave and the Loa Labs team. If you like the slides, they are not my artistry. These guys are fantastic. So
Thank you. We had a wonderful time working together. It was awesome. All right. Hope everyone is doing some self-care. There's, some sunlight outside or outside this room. So do that. But we've got some great panels coming up, more speakers. We're right on time. So thank you everyone for your conciseness. We're going to have our panel on the digital carbon markets. And I'd like to have Marcus and Drew and Austin and Diana come up. Diana, do you want to introduce this panel and get us moving?
Thank you so much, Dave. I am so excited to have Marcus, Drew, and Austin here. Are we going to share mics? Okay. All right, we'll pass it around. Make sure to logistically. So we are here to explore use cases of digital carbon markets and a report that is coming out in the next week from the working group under BXC, where a lot of you contributed. And we're going to talk about digital solutions and the findings that you've all been really in the works at the forefront of creating the next generation of digital carbon markets. I'm Diana. For those who don't know me, I run research and sustainability at GBBC, and it is a huge pleasure to be with Marcus and Drew. Well, Drew, you guys, Drew, right? Okay, Drew and Austin. I'll let you each introduce yourselves, and then we will get started.
Hey everybody, I'm Marcus. Great to be with you here. I'm a contributor at KlimaDAO, where we're using blockchain technology to solve problems on the demand side of the carbon market, creating increased liquidity and deploying capital to finance new projects all over the world that are using digital MRV and other innovative technology-based approaches to issue and verify carbon credits.
Hey everybody, I'm Drew. So I'm one of the co-founders of KlimaDAO back in the day. Just say this all started for me with blockchain a couple of years ago. I had another company that was doing emissions analysis. Originally, we were looking at the carbon footprint of various blockchains. And from that work, we ended up linking up with others that said, hey, this technology here actually provides a number of interesting solutions in order to link what has historically been quite a fragmented market together. So we came together, as often happens in the DeFi space, and we co-founded KlimaDAO, which was very much an experiment at the time. I think it had quite a big impact. It brought a lot of energy into the space, leveraging blockchain technology. From that, over the years, we took some of the technology, spun it out commercially into CarbonMark, where I'm the director. And essentially, we're working to link together various carbon registries while also leveraging the smart contract potential and making these assets programmable on the blockchain in order to build automations around the procurement and the usage of the environmental assets themselves. So pleasure to be here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Austin Wade-Smith. I'm the Executive Director of Region Foundation. We're the nonprofit arm of the larger Region Network, which is an organization that focuses on the origination and innovation of high-integrity eco-credits, which we see as an evolution of biodiversity credits, carbon credits, in the larger crediting marketplace. In the Region Foundation, more specifically, I oversee a program around governance and ownership at the grassroots level around regenerative communities to maintain, own, and govern Region Network as a larger project. So my focus is primarily on the role that grassroots stakeholders play in securing and maintaining the overall protocol infrastructure and what that looks like in theoretical and sort of practical terms.
Real quick, do we have more mics that we might want to use? Okay, it's okay. We'll pass it around. We'll work with one. So going back to Marcus, we'll start with you and then go to each of you. What got you into carbon markets in the first place? What inspired you about the opportunity you have at hand? And basically, what need did you see that was not being filled? And how are you addressing it now with your use case?
Yeah, so I first heard about KlimaDAO on the Bankless podcast in September of 2021. And I was really excited about the opportunity to apply some of my technical skill sets, my backgrounds in data science and data engineering, to solve problems in the sustainability space. And in particular, I saw that there was a lot of information buried in PDFs, a lot of opaque market information being traded back and forth over email. And KlimaDAO was trying to bring some of that market activity out of the shadows and into the public eye. So I was really excited about the opportunity to surface some of that information. I built a dashboard that showed information about which projects had been brought on chain, how many transactions were being done, how many of those credits were being retired. And this is information that's quite hard to get, quite expensive to get in the traditional market. You're usually paying thousands of dollars a year to a market intelligence provider to get this data. And because these credits had been brought onto a public blockchain, suddenly this data was publicly available, just needed to be put into a user-friendly format. So we built data.klimadao.finance to surface some of this information. And it's been a really useful tool for the on-chain carbon community to see what's been going on. Now, in terms of the problem that we're ultimately trying to solve, Wes demonstrated some of the really cool innovative approaches that can be used on the supply side for verifying and issuing these credits. But there are also a set of problems on the demand side where people want to find credits that they're interested in, survey the market, figure out what a good price is, place an order, and then ultimately retire or consume the underlying credit to claim the benefit. And the process for doing that right now in the traditional market is largely driven by phone call, email, PDF, wire transfer. It's a tech stack from the late 90s, hasn't really changed a whole lot in the intervening 30 years. And in our view at KlimaDAO, blockchain technology is the new financial infrastructure that will power this market in the future. But there's an open question about how you transition the existing market infrastructure to this new world. And one of the ways that KlimaDAO set out to do that is by tokenizing some of the existing assets. So we work with a partner called Toucan Protocol and a few other bridges to bring those existing carbon credit assets that were issued through the traditional email PDF process onto a public blockchain, in our case, Polygon. And we use the blockchain's underlying infrastructure, like smart contracts, to create liquidity pools, meaning that if you want to buy a carbon credit, you simply go onto a website, click buy, and you have the asset in your possession, as opposed to having to run around calling people on the phone, sending wire transfers around. This reduces the cost of the transaction down to pennies, from $15 to $100, as well as reduces the time to settle this transaction from weeks or months down to a few seconds, and really unlocks a lot of new opportunities for entrants to come into the market who were otherwise kept out by this complex and opaque infrastructure. So now anybody, any organization who wants to buy and retire carbon can do so in just a few seconds online, the same way that you might go on Amazon and buy a product.
Wow, that is huge. So Drew, I know you were also involved in the early days of KlimaDAO. How did Marcus's story inspire you to get into the space? Where do you see the role of interoperability, technology to improve this market? And what use cases are you seeing? And I know it's a lot, but also where do you also see decarbonization initiatives for the crypto space, for the blockchains themselves?
Yeah, so I mean, Marcus and I journey together started with KlimaDAO. Marcus joined soon after launch. Mine began roughly 8 years ago. During graduate school, I interned for a company called Biocarbon Engineering. They're now called Dendra Systems. So they were leveraging drone platforms to basically measure different ecosystem services that were happening with LiDAR. Eventually, they started to look into the carbon markets themselves. And through that work, I became quite interested. A few years down the line, founded my own company, Offsetra, the one that got involved with emissions analysis. And we wanted to try some innovative means of basically speeding up the time to market for some of these projects and also automating the processes for purchase and retirement of them. But we found some roadblocks. One, some of the registry infrastructure at the time, I hesitate to call it antiquated, but it didn't necessarily have the API solutions we were looking for to automate some of these processes. And as I said, we linked up with certain groups, co-founded KlimaDAO, and basically in a research and development sort of fashion, wanted to rebuild some of the tooling for the market processes of procurement and retirement that allowed us to automate those pieces there. Now, fast forwarding a bit then, looking at interoperability and what CarbonMark is doing. So, we truly believe that blockchain itself can serve as that shared infrastructure piece to connect what has been a quite fragmented market together. At the same time, we can use that tooling and then actually automate the processes for people to search for these offsets, to be able to retire them, but also to create some innovative bespoke products. So one of the things you can do with this blockchain tooling when you have an asset that's actually tokenized is you can combine these things and kind of create your own bespoke products. Maybe you want to take something, 60% blue carbon, 40% renewables, just as an example, to create some sort of product there. have people purchase that, retire it, and have that whole process of then taking the underlying assets and retiring it, issuing a retirement certificate, and so on, all take place on chain. The other piece, though, that I think is really important here, because we're all talking about blockchain, is that the interfacing itself to this technology, in some ways, is where the internet was in the 90s. It's difficult, and I think one of the big challenges that KlimaDAO faced in the early days is that you had all of these market participants, that were engaging in, let's say, the traditional VCM, but they couldn't interact with the tooling that we actually built. And that's really the reason for Carbon Mark's initial existence. We wanted to abstract away a lot of the underlying blockchain technology to make it easier. So what we've done there is we've created new account frameworks where people can manage the assets without a traditional Web3 wallet. We've also developed an API solution that's completely Web2 based. People don't even know they're interacting with the blockchain, but allows them to then interact with these different products that exist on the blockchain itself. And the other piece I would just say quick is that there are still some major challenges to realizing the full potential of this technology. While we've connected with registries like Eco Registry, ICR, Puro, Regen as well, we still have to figure out the frameworks to interface with some of the heavy hitters in the market, including Gold Standard and Vera. I think they need to figure out a framework that, of course, they're comfortable with. There were some initial working groups on this subject that were productive, but we still have a ways to go. And I think if we're going to unlock that potential, really we need to be able to connect with those places that are facilitating the majority of the liquidity on the market. And once we get in a place there, then we can solve the interfacing issues and get the majority of market participants able to interact with this technology itself. So with that, I'll pass it over. Thanks.
Yeah, Austin, you focus on a different perspective, which is empowering communities and incentivizing, basically rewarding and incentivizing ecological generation. Where do you see the opportunity for customized governance opportunities, especially using decentralization to give more of a voice to underrepresented communities, like in the Global South or certain groups of people?
Yeah, I also kind of want to answer one of the questions that you asked the two of them, so I'll
Sure,
fold it in.
please jump in. And if any of you want to jump in to the other questions.
Yeah, I think I'll speak for myself from Regen Foundation, but I can also speak to an extent about my colleagues in the broader Regen network. I don't think we necessarily approached like the digital carbon market as something that was like appealing or attractive at first, through the different phases of claims around its integrity and challenges in many different directions. I feel like Regen Network as a project has started at a really kind of first principles level to say, okay, there is challenge within the field of climate finance, and yet we all recognize this fundamental need for there to be like a dipolar definition of value. Like it cannot only be extractive value, we must have regenerative value in a way that balances the two out. And it turns out that it's actually quite hard to define that regenerative definition of value, and we've seen that in many different ways. So part of the core premise of Regen Network was to sort of rebuild from the grassroots up a system by which regenerative impact is evaluated or defined as having value. And so we're an application-specific blockchain that runs on the Cosmos network. We have in our architecture a specific program to enable different communities that are directly producing the credits through regenerative actual action, planning, and monitoring to own and govern the network, which seems like a challenge, and it genuinely is. But part of the opportunity that has been introduced in basically giving grassroots communities ownership and governance over the overall protocol is this larger idea around how do the groups on the ground, which are originating and producing this regenerative work, this absolutely essential work, like how do they coordinate and organize internally amongst themselves to define what is a high quality credit according to their bioregion, according to their cultural context, what kinds of like co-benefits seem to be worth including, to begin to define and describe credits that we refer to as eco credits, which are like genuinely high integrity, and the idea being that the successful sale or issuance of those credits does not alienate or dispossess the groups who are responsible for doing the work. So maybe in a scenario in the future where this larger system of digital carbon markets or biodiversity markets or eco credits is successful, is there the social infrastructure in place between communities who are doing this work to not have that new flow of value be fundamentally divisive in within their context? So at the level of the ground, showing up as an ally and a co-conspirator and listening and learning around the governance processes of the groups who are producing credits is incredibly important for this to actually scale at that level. And so there's lots of different ways that we're developing cool governance processes using token economic stuff and sort of blockchain mechanics on and off chain oracles and things like that I'm happy to go into. But in effect, we're trying to support the signal from the ground to be high integrity and to inform either the marketplaces, policy making area domains, or like the decision-making areas in a way that has been very difficult from before. So the signal isn't getting back up to the top. And there's lots of ways for that to happen, and we can bundle those into credits and we can define what a credit looks like. But in the broader question, we need to have durable attestations around what is and isn't working and what people on the ground believe should happen, and allow that to inform this whole process to actually make a feedback loop. And that's a very long project. And so I think just beginning to scope out the challenges of that question is the phase that we're at, let alone just saying, great, we have incredibly emergent and experimental tools in the hands of high vulnerability populations with challenging UI UX. So it's like a long way there, and I think we're trying to frame the question in a meaningful and ethical way.
I think we can all say yes.
Right on.
There is great opportunity, but that does not come without responsibility. And I don't think we can deny that the carbon market space has seen significant challenges with respect to carbon credits potentially not actually having a positive impact on the environment, or carbon credits, once they're used, being sold again. Where's the traceability? How do we know that we're not like recycling the same carbon credit and just making money? So the space has had some growing up to do, and we've taken steps forward. And I'm going to take it to Marcus to tell us, how have you seen the digital carbon markets especially respond to these challenges? And how do you think are the trends moving forward? And how are you especially giving basically taking steps forward with respect to forward financing and the public token governance at KlimaDAO and the solutions that you are building?
Sure. So on one hand, many of the challenges facing the digital carbon market are the same challenges that have faced the traditional carbon market for the last 30 years. Specifically, you mentioned double counting, Diana, and this has historically been a major issue because of the reliance on PDFs as the source of truth. So if you look up a company's corporate sustainability report, often what you'll find on page 45 is a set of PDF certificates issued by a registry like a Vera or a gold standard eco registry. And those certificates are the canonical proof that that company actually consumed those credits. But there have been incidents in the past of unscrupulous actors reselling those PDFs with modified names. This is one of the problems that blockchain technology seeks out to solve on the demand side, because rather than sharing a PDF document, you're going to share a unique link that is clickable, can be shared on social media, and that link is not manipulatable because of the unique immutability of the data that gets stored on a public blockchain. In order to manipulate that data, you would have to go around to thousands of computers controlled by different people all over the world and somehow change them all at the same time, which is quite difficult to do. So that solves one problem, but it also introduces some other problems. In particular, there are concerns about the energy usage, for instance, of the blockchains themselves. I think this has largely been addressed in recent years. For instance, Ethereum, which is one of the main public blockchains, transitioned its consensus mechanism from proof of work to proof of stake, which reduced the carbon emissions associated with that particular blockchain by about 99.99%. Pretty dramatic improvement, and I think largely dispels the issue. Bitcoin is the one blockchain network that's left that still uses proof of work, and it's not used very much in the sustainability space because of that fact. Now, there are still some remaining challenges around integrity. Wes mentioned some of the challenges associated with integrity in his presentation. And there are solutions for this on the horizon, but ultimately it requires the entire market, whether you're using digital technology or in the traditional market, to come together and define what does a high integrity project look like, and how are we going to effectively audit and monitor projects so that we make sure they are implemented in a high integrity fashion. And one of the big trends in that space is called DMRV, Digital Monitoring, Reporting, and Verification. I mentioned earlier the use of PDFs, wire transfers, emails. In the case of verification, traditional carbon project verification is carried out by a physical consultant being flown out to the project site, usually with a clipboard, tape measure, clicker, this kind of technology. And they write down their findings as they're going around the project site, maybe doing some interviews. If it's an industrial plant, they might look at some gauges and record the values on the gauges. And then they submit a PDF to the registry. And as we saw with the Guardian, this new technology using public ledgers and blockchains unlocks an opportunity to record that data in a publicly auditable way and in a way that cannot be manipulated by an unscrupulous third party. So those problems are being solved, and there's initiatives like the ICVCM that is establishing a foundation for what the basic standard for a high integrity carbon credit looks like. And all of those solutions can be adopted by the digital carbon market. And for instance, at Carbon Mark, I know there are plans to add the CCP labeling to the projects listed on that marketplace. Now, at KlimaDAO, the situation we ended up in during our launch in 2021 was that we had a large volume of credits brought on chain, about 5% of the outstanding supply of credits issued by Vera, one of the main carbon credit issuers. And the majority of those credits are what are known as avoidance-based credits, meaning that the projects are going to avoid emitting where otherwise in a status quo situation there would have been emissions. As an example, a renewable energy installation in India, where most of the energy has been generated through coal-fired power plants. When that renewable energy installation comes online, there's a certain amount of coal-fired power that's no longer needed, and that delta between the coal that would have been burned and the coal that isn't going to be burned anymore because of the new renewable energy, that is the carbon avoided. Now, the industry right now is circulating around removals, which is a different mechanism. Instead of avoiding emissions that would have gone up in the first place, you're going to remove emissions that are already up in the atmosphere. A good analogy to think about this is that our atmosphere is a bathtub. It's being filled up with CO2 every day from power plants, from our vehicles. And there's also a stock of CO2 up in the atmosphere, the water already in the bathtub. So avoidances basically turns off the tap or lowers the tap so that less water is flowing into the bathtub. Removals take water out of the bathtub. Now, there's some controversy around this. If you go to a CDR, carbon removal event, you'll hear people talking about removals are the only way forward. In my opinion, we need to do both. We need to both turn down the tap and start bailing water out of the bathtub. And they sort of have different maturities. So avoidance can be done at relatively large scale right now, but there's a fundamental limit because we're emitting about 40 billion tons a year. And if we were to avoid all 40 billion tons, that's it, we're tapped out. Whereas removals have a much higher theoretical upper limit, but today are not really at scale. For comparison's sake, we've done about 2 billion tons of avoidance credits, issued about 2 billion tons of avoidance credits. We've only issued about 1 million tons of removal credits. So there's about a 3 order of magnitude mismatch between the current state of removals and the current state of avoidance. So removals is in this scale-up phase with a very high upper bound. Avoidance is already at scale, but has a theoretical upper limit of the total emissions that we have in the world. So at KlimaDAO, one of the ways that we're navigating this is by deploying our idle capital, our cash, into new carbon projects, the majority of which are removals, while we continue to run the business of providing liquidity and allowing access to the avoidance market that is still the dominant segment of the market today.
That's fantastic. So we know that there's a lot of data that needs to be recorded and verified to ensure trust. And Drew, where do you see the role of common standards, common rules of the game so that we can ensure scalability and trust along the way? And as we develop these new innovative strategies and approaches to bring the digital carbon market space to the next steps, tell us about programmatic retirement and what you are working on.
Absolutely. So there's, I think, 2 pieces to that. One is just the standards of how we're holding the data for these assets on chain. Of course, with blockchains, there are various standards for, say, an NFT or an ERC20 token, et cetera, that set that. So that comes back to the idea of having shared infrastructure that can take in assets from different places in the market and essentially transact them. The other piece there I would say, is around traceability and transparency, which we can all agree are quite critical in this market itself. So Marcus alluded to DMRV, and I think there's some standards building around that. And so I'll illustrate that, kind of showcasing the whole stack here, because I think it helps answer why blockchain in the first place here. So KlimaDAO has deployed capital. It was one of the first off-takers of 1,000 tons from an ocean alkalinity enhancement project by LimeNet in Italy. And one of the really unique things that they're doing there is that they have a sensor system to measure the CO2 concentration in seawater before it goes into their system, where it then encounters a lime material. It becomes calcium bicarbonate. Basically, that CO2 is taken out of the seawater, placed into another substrate where it sinks to the bottom of the ocean, and it can be stored for thousands of years. What's unique about their system is that they have sensors at the intake, so that they're measuring the CO2 concentration there, and then after it encounters their solution and goes back into the ocean. Now, they're taking that DMRV data that's live, and they're actually storing that on the Polygon blockchain in a dynamic NFT that's being updated. We're taking that data, and then we're programmatically issuing carbon credits as that data comes in. Now, there are third-party VVBs that are also looking at this, of course, but I think this is a really interesting use case there where you're taking the data, it's on-chain, it is audited by a third party, and then you utilize that to issue the credits themselves. Now, how do we take that to a step further? Well, there are a number of people here that I've talked to already that are doing some really interesting things when it comes to supply chain and doing automated emissions analysis. We actually did a pilot with SAP with a group that was doing automated emissions analysis of supply chain transfers. So you take that data, it's then stored on the blockchain as well, and you can then pair that with these credits that were natively issued on chain. Now you have a fully traceable chain of custody all the way from the generation of the carbon credit itself, all its associated impacts and so on, all the way to the final retirement of the asset, because that data is also being stored on chain. Fully transparent, auditable, and so on. I think this is the future that we are working towards. We are taking DMRV data, if it's a nature-based project, maybe drone-based LiDAR, it could be satellite imagery, and so on. You're using that to augment the information that we already have for the classic nature-based project development. You're issuing these assets on chain, and then through their life cycle and their final use, you have all of that as well. This is really the powerful use case here. But of course, to unlock that, we have to continue developing the tools for the DMRV component and potentially storing all of that data on chain. But you also need to get early in the project lifecycle, connect with those issuers of the credits themselves, whether they be a registry or so on, to have that information essentially. So, going back to the standards question, again, big challenge at KlimaDAO. There was nothing on chain for any of this market. We didn't know how you should, basically hold a carbon credit on chain. We didn't know what type of smart contracts we should build to do the carbon retirement, the purchase flows, et cetera. That's being worked out. And over the last 3 years, we've seen some really exciting developments there. We actually have a carbon registry that runs on the Polygon blockchain itself, ICR. You have Eco Registry. They run on a private blockchain, but it's fully interoperable with Polygon, for example. And so as we connect more of these players and we share that infrastructure layer together, we're really going to unlock a tremendous amount of innovation. So the final point on this is maybe some of you have heard of the whole money Legos idea in DeFi. You have interoperability, you have composability. People can take code and other products that they've developed, if they're all built on blockchain, and then build new and exciting things together. This leads to huge network effects in the innovation that we have. And I would argue that really when we're looking at the climate finance industry and climate change, it's really an all hands on deck situation. And we really need to muster every last drop of innovative potential that we have. And blockchain can truly serve as a catalyst to help drive things forward. So with that, hope to speak with many of you about that as we build together, and I'll pass it over. Thanks.
Great. So one thing that fascinates me is how climate issues, and obviously interconnected with carbon markets, are so linked to social issues and the interests of the global south that we're always talking about when we mention economic development and the transition that we're all working toward from an extractive economy that produces a lot of waste ultimately to a more regenerative economy that is more circular in nature So Austin, how do your solutions, eco credits, in the context of carbon markets and all the innovation that's going on in this space, help us make that transition?
Big question. Okay, so I'm gonna build off of something that I think both Marcus and Drew have said that I think is probably, in my humble opinion, one of the most important takeaways for people who have power and influence to shape the market from today. And I think it builds off this idea of the notion in DeFi around like Lego money. But I think we're extending this idea of composable and modular systems, not just to the level of money, but to the notion of like the contracts that can be constructed, as well as the sort of validation and verification processes by which attestations are made credible or legitimate. So if we can think in a modular and composable way about how we build up claims around things and how they're financed and the contracts that might be driven by them, then we've taken this old school format of like a very long PDF attachment that Marcus is describing, and that Sam and I at Region Network jokingly call like a proof of work approach in the first place. It's just like the longer the PDF is, the more verifiable the content is. And we're coming up with primitives that are able to like break this down into sub-assemblies that we can then begin to construct up complex arguments and articulations. And maybe some of those form eco credits, but they don't necessarily have to. I think in the process of making this work, we're creating a way to aggregate attestations around environmental impact that can be useful in an incredibly diverse number of ways. And so while the carbon market or digital carbon market in the climate financial sector has a lot going on and a lot of evolution to do, there's still a lot in the space of like impact philanthropy, grants reporting and things like that, where these basic primitives around like the composable nature of verification and validation, or the composable nature of different schemas that might comprise a methodology like Wes was showing, are extremely relevant towards high integrity signal, again, from the ground back up to the policymaker, the grant-making body, the purchaser of the credit, in order to make more informed decisions. And that's like, if the blockchain is like a confidence engine, we can explore its applications to do that across all these different archaic sectors of the climate financial sector. And that's really, really exciting. So I don't necessarily know if there's a solution that eco credits is really proposing, but I think this idea of the Lego bricks and exploring how that plays out across many different domains within the financial sector is incredibly powerful. And I thought the Guardian demo was very elegant in showing how the difference, basically how a methodology is composed of components and subcomponents that are cross-referenceable to one another, and how we're going to do that sort of not just for the creation of these very specific kinds of standards that carbon credits are satisfying, but like how regenerative value moves at all. Because it's just much easier to fine people for polluting than it is to like reward people for doing positive things. And we currently are in a system where the maybe one of the largest challenges that I think everyone here is like really committed to taking on is this kind of fundamental incentive problem around validation and verification, where they're incentivized to make it more opaque, more centralized, and basically harder to engage. Like that's the incentive as a business model to do that. So if we are fundamentally trying to make Lego bricks around the notion of schemas and methodologies, the contracts that those might inform, as well as the money and how it moves, that's going right at the heart of a pretty large industry that for some time has a paradoxical incentive to not play along with certain frameworks that would ultimately make it higher integrity, more validation, better verification. So that's the sort of like big response. I'm not sure I answered your question though.
No, that's great. Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. So thanks to Drew, Marcus, and Austin. And I hope you continue doing all the wonderful things that you're doing. So we'll move on and take it back to Dave.
Thank you, everybody. It's great. Awesome. We keep these trains moving on time. How's everyone feeling? Can we do a quick stand up? Stand up, arms, take a breath. Yeah, breathe it in. Breathe. And if anyone wants to move forward and come a little closer, that's fine too. Community vibes. We're going to have a couple back-to-back powerhouse talks. All right. Let's bring it back. Great. So everyone, can I get your attention? Shh. So if you are in the voluntary carbon markets, you need to stay in the room. If you are around the carbon markets, if you care about carbon markets, we've got the big dogs here. We've got Toby Jansen-Smith, Chief Program Development and Innovation Officer at Vera. So Vera is one of the most influential players in voluntary carbon markets. We're going to hear what they're doing. And then right after, we're going to have a discussion with Regen Network about the Amazon headwaters and the development of biocultural jaguar credits. Should be a nice back-to-back complementary discussion. So please stay tuned. And with no further ado, Toby, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Great to be here. Thanks for coming. I know it's an action-packed week in the city, so I know you got to spread yourselves sometimes thin, so we appreciate you showing up to this one. So yeah, I've been asked to speak a little bit about what we see or I see. Oh, sorry. I should probably not do that. Does someone know how to get that slide back up? So anyway, I think, do you guys want the main slide up there? Well, I don't have slides, so you can maybe just go back to that. Yeah, I just hit the wrong with my phone. So yeah, what I wanted to talk a little bit about is what we see as the key enablers for scaling the voluntary carbon market, so we can unlock a massively larger amount of investment for climate action. And then along the way, I'll talk a little bit about some of the work and related initiatives that Vera is doing to help support that scaling. So where to begin? I think, for me at least, it's helpful to break the problem down in some different categories. So when I think of scaling, I think of scaling demand. It's job one. If you don't have demand, you're not going to get anywhere. Scaling supply is equally critical, and I'll unpack that a bit. How can we link, how can we establish linkages between the VCM, voluntary carbon market, and compliance markets is going to be critical increasingly as we go forward. And alignment for the Paris Agreement and other regulatory systems. And then finally, how do we build the enabling technology and infrastructure to support that kind of scaling to get to 100x really of what we are now? And you heard some great remarks earlier, and I think earlier today, and probably in other sessions of what's going on in terms of the technology and the infrastructure side that's really helping to enable and make those things happen and scale. So anyway, that's kind of going to be the four buckets that I cover. And just to start off, I think there's a widespread recognition that carbon markets, and in particular in the near term, the voluntary carbon market or the VCM, has to play a critical role and be massively scaled if we're to stand a chance of creating a 1.5 degree future. And there's more and more evidence around that, and I think momentum and appetite to get us from the few $1 billion currently transacted in the market now in the VCM up to 100 billion plus, or at least 50 billion in the next decade plus. So that's what we need to get to, but a lot of work needs to happen, obviously, to get there. And if we think about the demand side as being job one, how do you get corporates and other investors to start to engage with this space and put money on the table, start to support projects, drive emission reductions and removals? We have to figure out a compelling value proposition and use case for carbon credits. And, I'd say in the last few years, that's been, a bit of a moving target, let's say. And there's some important initiatives that contribute to helping give comfort to corporates in the use case and how they can credibly use carbon credits and offsets. One of the big initiatives, of course, around this is the Science-Based Targets Initiative, SBTI. that is basically setting the standard for net zero, how corporates can get to their contribution to a 1.5 degree future through a net zero construct, and to think about the road to net zero and what that looks like. And then also beyond value chain mitigation. So what are the activities that companies can embark on outside of their value chains to support climate action? So that's one key initiative. I'll talk a bit about that. And then another one on the demand side is the VCMI, the Voluntary Carbon Market Initiative. And that's more about claims. And they have out for consultation right now one of their claims models around Scope 3 flexibility claims that I'd encourage many of you who are interested to weigh in on that. It's an important consultation, and we need to get that right to build not just confidence, but more consistency in the claims so things add up. But back to SBTI, I mean, one of the big opportunities we see there is, they've done great work in setting kind of the carbon budget and what companies need to do by sector for their contribution. But where is a bit lacking right now, it still needs work, is really two things, I think. One is, what's the journey to net zero? What do companies need to do along that journey, and how can they get recognition for that? And until they get recognition, it's going to be very hard to incentivize some of those activities. So I think that's still a gap. And then secondly, as I think you heard from, I think it was Marcus earlier, talking a bit about removals and reductions and the bathtub analogy. That's a critical piece of the equation, is to make sure that we are not shortchanging emission reductions. And, for better or worse, a lot of corporates have interpreted the SBTI's guidance about net zero, which basically is, reduce your corporate emissions in your value chains, scope 1, 2, and 3, up to, on average about 80%, depending on the sector. And then beyond that, you mitigate to get to zero using high quality carbon removal or CDR credits. That has kind of had the effect of a lot of corporates and buyers, investors thinking that only removals and CDR are really a credible emission reduction, a climate change mitigation source or a credit source. And that actually is not the case. I was talking to SBTI leadership just yesterday, and they were assuring us that no, that's not the case. They've been kind of silent on reductions and removals on the journey to net zero. And we made the point that needs to be clarified. So for those of you out there, whether you're corporates or you work in these networks, please don't give up on reductions. It's absolutely critical. Yes, we need to invest in CDR. It's capital intensive. We need to bring the cost down and scale that up. But it's not going to provide anywhere near the kind of scale of cost-effective mitigation that we need anytime soon, as I think Marcus pointed out, with their relative orders of magnitude difference in the portfolio of credit flow they're seeing. So emission reductions are critical for solving climate crisis, and they're critical because in many spaces, let's say ecosystem conservation, whether it's RED, reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, or mangrove conservation or grasslands conservation, those ecosystem conservation projects that can generate significant emission reductions, they're really use it or lose it. So if you don't protect those forests, and we're losing still, 10 million hectares a year, a really tragic situation has really continued unabated, and there's no finance or incentive to stop that. Carbon finance is one of the only ways we will do it. If we cut that off and don't scale it massively, we're going to lose all those ecosystems and their carbon potential. It's going to be up in the atmosphere. And then at best case, you start to replant those lost forests. But it's use it or lose it. And you lose all the biodiversity, indigenous lands, livelihoods, et cetera. So that's something I just want to make sure that people get, and hopefully SBTI will better communicate that reduction's absolutely critical as well as removals. VCMI I mentioned, they've got a Scope 3 flexibility claim out for consultation that starts to put in place how do carbon credits or flexible mechanisms fit into the broader leadership that companies might engage with to reduce emissions in their own value chains. And it's a contentious topic, the role of offsets and other credits, or what percentage and how linked to the supply chains like insets do they need to be credible. So again, please weigh in on that consultation if you have a view. Vera really recognizes that we're big into carbon credits. We account for about half of all the world's carbon credits that are issued. So we get and live and breathe in that world. But we also recognize that eventually about 80% of the mitigation needs to come from value chain, scope 1, 2, and 3. And we want to play a role to support and facilitate and scale that. And so we've been working the last couple of years to develop a scope 3 standard and program that we're linking and working with SustainCert and other leaders to bring over the existing momentum from corporates on the value change initiative and other efforts into using this standard, which will be built on the VCS methodologies. So we can jumpstart it that way. So the carbon accounting is very robust, but it will allow corporates to start to account for their inventory reductions in their supply chains and do it in a robust way and in a flexible way where there's no traceability, for example. How do you actually credit and assign responsibility or ownership to a particular credit and claim in the value chain? And that's a big piece of that work too, that, you know, it will really have a big difference. And I heard just this morning at a meeting there that there's $1 billion sitting right now that could be unlocked in value chain investments if we had a standard like that we're developing. And that'll be launched, the first version, the end of next year. So be on the lookout for that. So the point is, it's not either or. We're not talking about carbon credits and offsets displacing corporate action in any way, shape, or form. Job 1 is absolutely corporate action in the scopes 1, 2, and 3. But that's not going to get us all the way there. And in parallel to that, we need to massively invest in carbon credit projects, especially in sectors that otherwise won't be tackled. And, you know, nature-based solutions is obviously a big area. Some of the CDR obviously is big in that too. So that's on the demand side. The other piece related to demand is trust. And as we all know, or those who have tracked it this last year or two, have been pretty rough for carbon markets with some of the press. Some stories, you know, based on, you know, reasonable evidence, some not so much. But the fact is, quality needs to improve, and we need more assurance at the highest levels of what is a quality credit to bring back confidence to these corporates and buyers and investors. And ICVCM, the Integrity Council of the Voluntary Carbon Market, is playing a key role there. They have the Core Carbon Principles, which is a framework that basically assesses through these multi-stakeholder groups, expert groups, that assess the various methodologies from standard setters like Vera and the VCS, Gold Standard, CAR and ACR, for example, assess the methodologies by sector, and then determine if they meet their standards of high quality and integrity. And if they do, then the credits from those meths can earn a CCP label. And that's the kind of thing, when it gets more momentum, or actually they have more sectors approved, is going to be key to build confidence and comparability across the different standards bodies. So that's going well. Only a small number of credits and sectors have been covered so far, but we're cautiously optimistic that the last quarter of the year we'll see some key sectors move forward. Maybe, you know, Red Plus would be a great one, cook stoves, and some other key sectors that need that seal of approval, if you will. So that's a little bit on demand. Scaling high quality credit supply, you know, that's the next piece of the equation. So if you have a lot of demand and not much supply, the supply, of course, is in the projects. They generate the emission reductions and removal. So that's the climate action that we need. And so, you know, it's where the boots hit the ground, or the rubber meets the road. And what's going to be critical there is to unlock new sectors and be able to scale existing sectors and activities. So we're working really hard on that piece. The work I lead with my Department of Program Development and Innovation is very much around not just how do we develop programs like the VCS or Scope 3 program, et cetera, but also how do we develop and work with partners to develop methodologies that are best in class, that start to tackle new sectors, bring in new accounting regimes. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But sectorally, a couple of highlights to mention to watch out for. Energy and industrial, a lot of opportunities there. We're working on a carbon capture and storage plus framework with all the big players, over 100 participants in the CCS Plus initiative. That's basically will cover all the major activities under CCS, so DACS, direct air capture, BECS, bioenergy carbon capture and storage, traditional industrial source capture and storage, aquifers, you know, and other reservoirs. So that work is about halfway through in terms of those methodologies and modules being released, and we'll start to generate, we think, some good activity and investment. RED, reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, kind of an area that is difficult, huge, as I said, global problem. Not easy to account for, but essential that we do, and we bring carbon finance to those projects. Vera has moved in the last 2 years. We've been shifting from a project-based approach of baseline setting, which is one of the biggest challenges, is to a jurisdictional approach where basically we use global data sets from the leading scientific bodies and academic institutions to define or agree on baselines at country or state levels around the world and global south, and then basically use different models that then can allocate those baselines based on risk down to the project level. So instead of it being defined bottom up by the projects, which is challenging and inconsistent and doesn't always add up, this new approach will bring consistency in a top-down way that adds up with all the jurisdictional baselines, which is going to be important for government action and transparency. And it also just sets upfront what the baseline is, so the proponents, the investors, and buyers know what they're dealing with from the get-go. So that's the data is being worked right now, will be allocated in the next 2 months for the main jurisdictions or the first wave. And then we'll start to see those projects that have been waiting for that methodology to move through with RED. And we hope that will earn CCP labels under the ICVCM, will be the first of its kind methodology. And that will drive, we hope, a lot more momentum and demand back to RED, which has been kind of stalled out, I would say, for the last year, really. Afforestation, reforestation, and improved forest management. Key areas, a lot of sequestration potential for CDR. And we have developed dynamic baseline approaches, a different way of setting up control sites for baselines that's very data-centric and very promising in terms of what it can do in terms of integrity and scale. On the land-based as well, agricultural land management, we have a new methodology, VM42, that really covers all the range of agricultural practices from soil carbon sequestration to precise nitrogen inputs to water management and all sorts of other areas. And that methodology already has 150 projects in the pipeline. So that's shaping up to be one of the really big emerging sources of credits and supply. Again, we're optimistic that will earn CCP labeling as well. And then a few other areas. Blue carbon is a critical one. Mangroves, seaweed ecosystems, et cetera. Conservation, restoration, avoided bottom trawling. We're working with National Geographic and some other leading scientists to think of how you could bring the concept of RED to the oceans. So avoid bottom trawling, destroying the ecosystem and habitat. Fish nurseries, and by doing that, you also prevent the disturbance of the carbon through to the aqueous and then the atmosphere. So there's a lot of potential there. Could be super useful and scalable. Food loss and waste, and climate-friendly diets. We're doing a lot of work there. We have a methodology in the works there that recognizes, of course, plant-based or plant-forward diets, have huge potential to reduce emissions. And so that's in the works. And then finally, cook stoves. We're redoing all our cook stoves methodologies, like all the standards bodies really to date have relied on a clean development mechanism, UNCDM math that is okay, but it's a bit dated now, and there's better methods and factors to incorporate based on the latest science and thinking. So we're releasing later this year a brand new cook stoves methodology that we also would expect would be CCP labeled, and will rebuild confidence in that sector that took a lot of hits as well. So that's a bit about the sectors. New approaches. What do we need? We need innovative ways to think about some of the challenges of carbon crediting and the projects and how things are accounted for. We're working on permanence as an example. We're launching now a long-term monitoring system where we can use data, remotely sensed data, to detect reversals and losses and automatically adjust what's held in the buffer or other accounting adjustments rather than just relying on paper or the projects to tell us. We're also been in a lot of discussions with insurance companies and thinking about, could insurance take over some or all of the permanence risk that's currently managed in the buffer? That would release a whole portion of credits, on average maybe 20% that sits in the buffer. So it could be used, recycled, in terms of the capital. And insurers, of course, can do a great job of identifying and pricing risk, and the transparency around that could be really beneficial. So that's something we're also leaning into. And then finally, what you heard about in the previous panel, DMRV, digital monitoring, reporting, and verification. So that's the idea of moving away from paper-based, human-based assessments and verifications, and starting to basically rely on sensors, remote sensing information, AI, and other algorithms to start to be able to populate as many of the inputs into the carbon accounting as possible to reduce human assessment error and time and increase transparency. So we have a bunch of pilots there running through the end of this year that we hope to issue some of our first DMRV credits at the beginning of next year or even before. And I think that'll be a really important paradigm to kind of put out there. So that's a little bit about some of the new approaches that we're working on. How much more time do I have? Okay. So let me just go then whip through the last ones. So linkages with compliance systems. It's great to see U.S. Treasury Department statement supporting the VCM. It's nice to see more and more governments start to link to VCM standards and credits. So we have VCS credits are eligible in countries like Colombia, South Africa, Chile for their domestic ETSs. There's more of that happening. And then Article 6 under the Paris Agreement is going to be a really important opportunity for bringing together the VCM or carbon credits, current carbon standards with government commitments and nationally determined contributions. And we're working with, for example, the government of and entities in Philippines on an early retirement of coal-fired power plants to generate credits that the government of Singapore is interested in as an Article 6 transaction. So those worlds are coming together and they need to. And then I'll just finally end on enabling technology and infrastructure and financial innovation. You've heard from a lot more smarter people than me today about what that looks like, but it's pretty amazing what's going on in terms of the registries, blockchain tokenization, what we can do there, what can be done, the potential to pre-finance projects with new tokens linked to smart contracts so you can get early finance for some of these forest restoration or CDR projects that automatically convert into carbon credits as they get verified. There's collateralization of credits, price discovery that we can start to see on these large aggregated registries and sort of blockchain native approaches. And then things like pooled assets and portfolio approaches are going to be key too as we start to scale up, and the infrastructure enables that. And I think that will take away a lot of the risk that is keeping some of the investors on the margin. So it's a really amazing time for innovation and opportunity. We all need to make sure some of the macro indicators, SBTI, some of these other macro standards bodies, ICVCM, et cetera, accelerate their work, send the right signals, be clear about it to corporates and to other players in the market. And then we as standard setters need to do our job in terms of the standards programs, the methodology development, to build confidence and integrity there, but also scale from the different sectors. And then finally, make sure that the enabling infrastructure and technology is there to support all this and really take it to the next level. So that's really in a nutshell, my view of where we're at and where we need to get to, but it's an exciting time for sure.
Great. Round of applause for Toby. I'm going to take one question for Toby and the Vera team. Question from the crowd? What's moving with Vera? Yes, right over here.
I'll make it a simple question. It may have a complex answer, but given the downturn in the market, the VCM over the past year or so, what's your prognosis for 2025?
Thank you. Yeah, great question. Our sense is that 2025 is probably going to be fairly soft as well. We're seeing more buyers come in, and I think the CCP, ICVCM is going to build some more confidence and coverage for corporates and investors that want to re-engage and scale up. So we're seeing positive signals there. We think the technology side is helping. We know that many corporates, especially tech companies, are starting to increase investment with some of these new platforms, DMRV and other partnerships they've got going. So I think that basically the building blocks and the foundation is being built, and that's really encouraging. But that will be built and sort of solidified, I'd say, in 2025. And then we're hopeful end of 2025 and beyond, we start to see a real uptick and start to see the scale that we need.
Thank you. Everyone give a round of applause for Toby. Thank you so much. All right. How many of you have heard of an ancestral forest stewardship? Ancestral forest stewardship. All right, we got a few hands up. I love it. We're going to be digging into that. We're going to be digging into a biocultural jaguar credit, digging into what's happening as the Amazon headwaters and regen network. So I'm going to move the chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. No, right here is fine. Yeah. Gregory Landaway and Belen Paez, right? Going to be joining us up here. They're going to have a dialogue back and forth with a few slides, digging into indigenous-led forest stewardship, Amazon headwaters, biocultural jaguar credits. So stay tuned, Belen and Gregory. You want me to sit and me hit the thing? Or
Yeah,
do
you mind just flipping through?
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Sí, solo nosotros. And David will join us too. Well, yeah, really grateful to be here and really excited to share a little bit about this innovative project. I think we'll start with Belen sharing a little bit about the context, because of course this pilot is really built on not, generations of ancestral stewardship in the Amazon, and also 30 years of really hard work with amazing activists and NGOs working in solidarity with those communities. So Belen, will you tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing with the communities, with Fundación Pachamama and Cuencas Sagradas, and in a way, maybe the emerging role that you're seeing around these types of biocultural crediting approaches?
Yes, sure, Greg. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all here. Hi, Hi, Sam. Well, I brought some chocolates from the Amazon. They are blended chocolates, macambo and cacao. So I'll put here, and I would love you to have a taste. And then if you want, you can give me your feedback about how the taste of the macambo is for your ¿qué se dice? For your taste. So Fundación Pachamama has been working over the last 28 years in the Amazon rainforest, and we start in this place that you will listen later, Xaramensa, that is the lower Pastaza in the Amazon region, the Amazon basin in Ecuador. And I've been working since that time in this organization that is called Fundación Pachamama, and its sister organization is Pachamama Alliance, based in San Francisco in California. And 5 years ago, after being doing so much work in the territory of Ecuador and in Peru, southern part region of Peru, with indigenous partners, we were able to support the new creation of an alliance that is called the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance, formed by 30 indigenous nations in between Peru and Ecuador. And that was a privilege to us to be part of that initiative at the beginning. Now is an indigenous-led organization that is protecting in 2 countries more than 30 million hectares. And this is, I will say, that the powerful thing about this story. Whatever we'll share with you today that is happening at the scale of one community with the actual people, that is this very incredible nationality in Ecuador, that they have been rooted on what they call the dream culture, the dream sharing culture. They have said us at the beginning 30 years ago that they want to see all their territory in between Peru and Ecuador very well preserved, and not since the beginning they knew that they didn't want to have as an option change the model of their lifestyle or have any deforestation or land use change or becoming anything but what they were meant to be since the beginning. So the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Alliance is now becoming something very, very interesting model of governance, because represents 30 nations in Ecuador and Peru. And we have been collaborating with what we call the bioregional plan. The bioregional plan is a planning tool that comes from the vision from the nationalities. They have their life plans. So this is based on some principles that ensures the Amazon well-being, enhance indigenous governance, promoting forest conservation and restoration, eliminating forest degradation and deforestation, and stopping within extractive industries. So what we see on 2030 and 2040 is the permanent protection of this bioregion. So that's one thing. Like, we are working under what we call bioregion perspectives. We need to restore the flows of the Amazon sacred headwaters sheds. And one possibility is not just to receive funds from philanthropic sources, from governance sources, but nowadays what we need the most is to bring private sector entrepreneurs into these facilities, financial facilities, or create these bridges in between technologies that are outside of in the modern world, but also inside of the indigenous territories. There are technologies that together will bring opportunities to permanent protect the forest. So I think this alliance, that what is happening with the units of biodiversity, biocultural stewardship credits, is becoming something very new. We have been very successful the last 18 months on creating the jaguar credits and putting outside in the world, and indigenous peoples, especially youth, are very standing up for this. And if this is going to give us results as it happened the last year, we will see in the next 5 years to expand it into this large bioregion with several other nations, not just the Achuar people. We need to be careful on the property of the information that will be used on the blockchain system and tokenization for this kind of data, especially data from biodiversity, from knowledge, from the indigenous perspective, because outside with artificial intelligence and other sources, this might be something very vulnerable and will put the indigenous peoples more fragile from they are right now. So how we can encourage this community of technology and new finances to join these guiding principles that includes ethics and also new ways to create technology and blockchain for conservation in the tropical rainforest.
Beautiful, thank you. Thanks, Belen. I think I'm actually going to flip around just a little bit while I'm talking. And then, so just to give people context, this is where we're talking about here in the lower Pastaza River region, a community called Charaminsa. So as Belen was saying, there's a lot of excitement and opportunity when we lean in to innovate around bringing technology and market mechanisms to support these communities who have been stewarding these landscapes. There's research that's showing that the most biodiverse hotspots in the Amazon are the most heavily cultivated, in which the humans have had the most contiguous relationship. So in a way, also the Amazon repairs our story about humans sort of always doing damage when we inhabit a place. Here in the Amazon, we see that humans who are inhabiting the rainforest have been increasing the biodiversity over time for many, many generations. And that provides an enormous amount of value that the rest of us consume without acknowledgement or without making that value legible. So a lot of this is this exploration around how do we internalize that positive value into our economy so that these communities can continue to live these ways that are intrinsically regenerative. And there's a lot of, as Belen was saying, there's a lot of challenges. We face data sovereignty, digital access, financial inclusion, governance, corruption, challenges on every dimension. And it's really a fight for both the health of the forest and the health of the culture. So this pilot has been an experiment to try to create a deeply participatory, community-driven opportunity to put these tools into the hands of one of the communities in the Amazon that has been taking leadership due to the relationship with Fundación Pachamama over all of these years, and has the maturity to help think about if and how this technology and these mechanisms really make sense in their context. So this is a drone photo that Per Espen, who's in the back there, and our friend Joel took of that's up above the community, looking back towards the community. It's really beautiful. And this is an image of these live credits. And so where we got to in this pilot is actually the creation of a community reporting system, right? Direct quarterly payment based on the commitments and the data. So you can go right now to app.region.network and you can see the proof of payment, you can see the proof of Jaguar, you can see all of this anchored on the blockchain. It's pretty fantastic, actually. I couldn't be more excited. And at the same time, we're creating this rhythm of participation in which the nature of the credit, what we call the credit, what the rights that are coming with that credit, what this may turn into as an asset over the long term, is actually an active conversation with the community. So towards the end of this crediting pilot, with the support of Naturatech, who's here in the room, and other organizations, we'll actually be gathering and reassessing what does this credit look like in the future. So this is very interesting fusion of the technology, blockchain technology, satellite imagery. There's experiments with bioacoustics. There's all of these layers, but I want to say that actually the monitoring, reporting, and verification and the blockchain technology in many ways is not what's most transformational about this. What's most transformational about this is the deep partnership and listening and collaboration with the community, where we're in dialogue with them about what does this look like and what that enables, what that kind of dialogue enables. This is just the proof of payment hash, which is pretty exciting. It's not that often that you can get 60% of the full program finance going directly to the community and have the receipts available for funders. I don't know that many projects that have that. I wanted to just jump ahead here, actually. So the next steps, what that type of deep participation and dialogue and engagement, which is building on, really a couple generations of trust building, is enabling, is that this pilot is rapidly expanding to no longer be a pilot, but to actually be a force for conservation and regeneration at the regional scale. So this is a map that's showing the expansion of this pilot to the neighboring communities, which is actually going to stop a road that is being put in against the community's wishes, which is going to bring extractive mining and logging and all sorts of things. And this is creating a livelihood alternative. As we speak, this pilot expansion is making this possible. And the next phase, as Belin was saying, after that, is to expand to more than 300 communities and more than 30 million hectares in the most important biodiversity hotspot on Earth. Also, it's a part of the planet that's incredibly important for the hydrological cycle. The pumping action of the forest is what brings rain to many other parts of the world, right? And so there's this real depth of importance and value here. But what's interesting is, in order to achieve that kind of scale, we actually have to slow down and create this rhythm of engagement so that we can make sure that the technology, that the contracts, that the program, and that the money are all sort of finding roots in the community, in the place, and being understood, and that there's the ability to push back and to mold and to inform. And so the current design here is that we're continuing to run this in 1-year crediting cycles, right? And I think what's beautiful is that everyone involved wants to see this move into the 20-year, 30-year, 100-year type of agreements. But by going a little bit slower and being able to iterate on a year-by-year basis and focus on stewardship and community participation and bringing all of these technologies and tools to bear, I think we actually have a chance to make those much longer-term commitments that we all want happen, while also, as I was mentioning, taking frontline action now, not waiting. Because if we wait, it was great. I don't know if Toby's still in the room. It was great to hear Toby from Vera talk. And something that I noticed is that he was saying, oh, it'll be 2 years until, the standard for insetting is out, for instance. Well, if we wait for 2 years in this context, that road will be there, and those communities will no longer be protecting standing forest. They will be in a extractive logging economy. There will be all sorts of other things that are coming in, and that's not what they want, right? So this approach, this iterative stewardship crediting approach, allows us to have high integrity, high guarantees, and be iterative and flow things fast and efficiently. Do you have anything to add to that?
Just to add maybe 3 elements to this conversation is that all the pledges that Latin America, including the Amazon basin, is receiving from climate change commitments are in 90% becoming debt for our countries. So we are not receiving funds in our countries as donations or pledges that they show the willing to protect the forest in terms of reducing deforestation. So it's very perverse the way that our countries are becoming more and more debt. We are not going to be able to pay that debt. So we are not talking about nature debt swaps, but we are talking about debt cancellation and other ways to protect the forest. So this is a really urgent call to create within the technology and within these new communities of corporations and entrepreneurs, people that will be seeing a new finances mechanisms to create these bridges in between financial markets and permanent protection of the Amazon region. So I think this is very unique. This is very inspiring, the way that we are working with the Jaguar people. Our pilot is becoming something very well seen by the community of NGOs, academic sector, civil society, because it has been also tied with some efforts in Colombia, with Terrazos, and in Brazil. So we are not talking here about carbon markets, but a new way to see financial mechanisms that will protect the forest within the high participation and integrity from indigenous partners. So this is a really good deal for a community that will be not just protecting one community, but a really large and vast place of the Amazon in between Peru and Ecuador. And if we can do it together in 2 or 3 years from now, it's going to be something that will have a great impact on to climate stability as well. Eso.
So I want to talk a little bit about the, how is this working and what's this technological theory? How are we approaching things? First, I want to say, many of you might have heard Austin, who's the executive director at Regen Foundation, a couple of panels ago. We're always trying to approach this in a way that allows us to bring the, I guess you might say, the voice of the forest as clearly through the process as possible. In order to do that, at the same time, we want to generate a high degree of trust between the community and the people who are funding the forest conservation, right? And so you might say those are 2 of our main principles or goals when we're going about designing how is this going to show up in the technology side of things. So what we've created is this approach that uses a data stream in which we can bring multiple forms of data and reporting that are prescribed by the credit class that's being used. In this case, it's an umbrella species crediting approach, which is observing the proof that jaguar, as kind of an umbrella species, a species that is an indicator of the holistic health of the place, is present and that there's a healthy population, and fusing that with proof of the intactness and integrity of the primary forest, as well as the community development plan, the plan de vida, right? Which the community actually is self-governing their land use, their use of funds, their community priorities. And what's beautiful is that this fuses their reporting, their internal reporting process with the same reporting process that gets used to create the documents that get shared with funders and are used to link to the disbursements. So this is actually much more akin to sort of an Elinor Ostrom style commons management approach, in which there's a commons and that community is managing the commons and they're setting the rules and they're setting the enforcement. And in this case, those rules involve community conservation, territorial integrity, and scientific monitoring of the space. And those are the key activities that are sort of being done in exchange for receiving. So the livelihood starts to become really ancestral stewardship and community monitoring linked to this. The payments then go to the community as kind of, you might say, a community conservation basic income payment, where the payment is coming to the community and they're managing it as a community and taking action. So data streams, I talked a little bit about credit classes. So we've sort of decomposed to the best of our ability. So instead of having some giant annual report that Fundación Pachamama has to scramble to do, we're working to create the tools where there can be a live update of the camera trap, where there can be inclusion of satellite information, where we can have proof that the payment received the community, and everybody can essentially see that in real time, building a much higher degree of trust. And what this does is it really changes this concept of a registry from kind of an institution or a bureaucracy that is generating trust because an authority says you can trust it, into a system in which data and claims and standards are being registered by the different counterparties, and trust is emerging through transparency and interaction and participation together as a community. And the outcome is just a higher quality conservation outcome at the end of the day. So again, we're really grateful to have gotten a little bit of time to explain all of this. And we're also looking forward to kind of leaning on all of you as a community as we move into the next phase, because we're not going to be able to do this on our own. And this next phase of expansion into the next 4 communities is going to be incredibly important to continue to build trust. So be on the lookout for us starting to communicate invitations around participating as contributors, and also starting to participate in allies in different ways, because this is really going to take a community of us.
And just to mention the importance of the collaboration, we are working with several partners now. Here we have Greg from Regent, Per Espen Stockens there, who's also collaborating from Norway and from the University of Oslo of Economics. And also we have Constanza from Natura Tech. And now in this new phase with the HR people, they are like giving us this trust to ask for more support to go into the expansion of this project to stop that road that is becoming a threat. And we really need to expand this in a way that will be fast and with a lot of integrity, but also with a way that we can, the youth of Shara Mesa can prove and monitoring what they are doing with much more precision and with a very robust ways to show that they can do it better from the governments. They are really doing the monitoring that the government is not able to do. So this is the way and the power of what the local communities also can support to the monitoring in general for forest conservation. So that's what I would like just to add. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We have 5 minutes for questions. Biocultural jaguar credits, Amazon headwaters. How's it all work? Anyone have questions out in the audience?
I was going to try some chocolate.
Oh, chocolate. Oh, who wants chocolate? Little pick me up. Any questions for Gregory?
I got a little oh, awesome. I just to say I got a little I'm embarrassed to say I just didn't do such a great job with the slideshow. I had intended this last slide to have a bunch of other logos because Perespen, Natura Tech, there's really an amazing community around this. So just to say it's yeah.
So first of all, amazing. Really appreciate all the hard work you guys have put in to do the pilot. You're going into the next phase. We totally want to help you with that. But just at a layman's term, like level, what can someone do to get involved right now? Like who's on live stream, who's here in the room, like what do they do? Like just step by step.
Yeah, I believe we have the next phase. I believe we have the next phase of. I believe you can pre-buy credits for the next phase. Is that true? I'm looking at you, Corey. Did we turn back on? No. You can stay tuned, and we will be doing a blitz around when pre-purchase for the next phase that's beyond pilot. That's of this hold the line, so that we're supporting the communities that are actually stopping this road. We'll be communicating about that. So that's number one. I'd say that's really the biggest thing right now. If you're a company and you're interested in taking steps towards nature positive commitments, this is a really fantastic way. Several of our purchasers and supporters for the last pilot were companies that wanted to take early steps towards nature positive commitments. Of course, the details of nature positive standards are being hashed out in real time in the Biodiversity Credit Alliance and in other forums. But this is very clearly a high integrity way that we believe will be included in any of the future schemes for people to be making claims against. And in the meantime, companies can be, I think, building a lot of authentic social capital with their customers and clients by taking action early with such a transparent and high quality project. Sandra, do you have other questions? Oh, sorry.
So I will just say we will work with you offline and figure out how we help with messaging to our community, but then maybe we could help also interface with BXC and partners to get the word out, but also just figure out how people just can start registering interest while you've got that momentum going.
And I will also complement, it's about that. It's good to learn also about the work that Fundación Pachamama is doing in Ecuador, about Pachamama Alliance, about the Sacred Headwaters Alliance. We are on the ground in the front lines, and we love donations, and we love auctions and any kind of support, including learning about the Amazon and visiting the communities in this Lower Pastaza. There are many ways to visiting us and the communities and learning more about the community. And Constanza, just whether changing your own personal experience, partnering with indigenous peoples from the ground is really something that is a life change experience, but also will change the way that you can communicate to your partners and to your communities. And so I really invite you to learn more about the Pachamama Alliance journeys and how to visit the forest. With Greg and Dave.
We have another question. Anyone out there?
There's the QR code. If people want, there's a whole set of links there.
Yeah, I'll bring this to you so you can get it recorded.
Hi there. Thanks for your presentation. I walked in after the first few minutes, but my name is Trista Patterson. I'm with Microsoft Sustainability at Xbox. We talk a lot about sometimes the in-kind support that we can give from private sector. And oftentimes we leave it to groups to ask us for services that have already been developed for private sector that are already existing on the platform. Yet there's a wide diversity of the workforce that's exceptionally interested, including at Xbox, in interactive game and experiential environments that are very anxious to apply their talents to real world, exciting, meaningful projects. And yet they don't always know what to design toward, because there's services in the future that are connecting people and markets and places and graphics and technology that haven't yet been envisioned yet. So I wondered if you could speak to, if you had any kind of technological platform of any kind of engagement mechanism that you could possibly imagine in the next 5 years, what would that look like?
That's an amazing question. Well, I think, to me, this is all about relationships. And I think the image that's emerged out of the last couple of times that I've gotten the privilege to spend time in Shara Mensa, in this initial pilot community, and they're very inviting and want to build relationships with people who want to support the conservation and regeneration of the Amazon. And I sort of start to see not everybody can fly to the Amazon to start to build that relationship. And so I think there is a really important role for the tools and technologies that the gaming community has built to help create immersive experiences and strengthen relationships between people. And specifically, I would sort of say I see an image. We've been talking, and there's already projects that do this. It's really lovely, but we've been talking about, are we going to start streaming the live sounds of the rainforest? So are we going to create immersive experiences so that people can put on a headset or something and go and visit the community that they're supporting? Are we going to start to layer in these ways so that we can build, you can never build 100% of the relationship you could by going, right? But you can build pretty significant connectivity with all of these amazing tools. And so I would say there's something about that, I would say there's also an importance of, being able to visualize and understanding the data that's the data is not even the right word, really, but the information that forest is generating, right? And one way I'm speaking about that is the bioacoustics, but also, to the degree to which our mapping experiences are more immersive, again, the degree to which people can develop a relationship with the beauty and the importance of the place, I think it's a win for everyone. So that's the type of in-kind engagement that I think would be really fun. And it's interesting, right before you stepped up to share that thought, I was just thinking we've long been envisioning some sort of, in-person kind of hackathon experience down in Puyo to gather people who'd like to contribute, not just financially, of course, but actually come together and think, develop relationships, listen to what the needs are, and start developing tools in partnership with the community. So maybe there's a future BXC Ecuador hackathon involved that's wanting to emerge here. Is there anything that you want to add to that in terms of, Her question was kind of envisioning the ideal kind of platform and tools that if a company like Microsoft or Xbox was to be contributing, what sort of skills or what kind of vision do we have?
Yeah, to reduce the gap in between technology and the forest is just one little step. Because if we really understand what the forest has to the world, there are so much technology inside of the forest and inside of the people in the communities that we are not longer in separation. If we see that technology in the forest and technology from outside can have a dialogue and can be one.
Okay, I was trying to think about Xbox, so I'm going to go one layer out of the Xbox family. But we've been dialoguing a lot. So the Achuar and many of the communities in the Amazon are still oral cultures. And so we talk a lot about what is the user experience for a community that is an oral culture to have full agency in choosing how to interact with the modern world while also maintaining their ancestral stewardship and culture. What does that look like? And we've been having lots of dialogue and conversation and even doing some early experiments around what does it look like to have LLM technology as sort of a voice to text and text to contract, text to data provision, text to user experience interface. What would it look like for there to be an Achuar native model so that the oral community tradition could create a user interface in which they can essentially have full agency to be dialoguing with the rest of the world and entering into these types of agreements, right? And making sense of them, being able to ask questions and be able to understand things. You know, that I think probably more than bringing the digital experience to the sort of like those of us who are living in cities or have access to technology, but instead trying to ground those digital tools into the world of the rainforest and allow those people in the rainforest to be speaking back. And there's something there around what does it look like for Achuar and other indigenous nations to have their own essentially LLM setups, just like we do in English.
Great. Round of applause for Gregory and Belen. Yeah. All right. York, are you presente? Hopefully he's coming soon. Oh. So our erstwhile host, York, who's been a big support for all of us putting this on this event, he gets to put on his own show right now. So York, Rhodes, what are you going to talk to us about today? Get us while you're setting up.
So I'm going to do two things. One, just bring us back to the conversation earlier. And Sandra, if we could get some of the folks to maybe round up some of the folks that are outside and bring them in, that'd be great. Because it seems like there's like half the room is outside. And I also have the honor of having a special guest here today who I've coerced into coming up and joining me. So Trista Patterson, who is the Director of Sustainability for Xbox, is going to join me on stage, actually. So, yeah. Welcome, Trista.
The camera will be over here. Do you want chairs?
Sure. Yeah. Could you put those over here? Is there another? There's another mic somewhere. Yeah. So Tris and I are going to have a conversation since she was so gracious in joining me. Ah. Where's the other microphone? Oh. Awesome. So I guess the crowd will be in any moment now. What we were talking about earlier is the intersection between sustainability and forced labor and how that essentially overlaps the millions of participants in an upstream supply chain. And primarily at the moment is focused on forced labor compliance and how do we achieve that with emerging technologies, leveraging AI, leveraging things that look like blockchain because of the principles of blockchain that's very important in having guaranteed data sources with signatures and such. And I'm very fortunate to collaborate with Trista, who is in another line of business, the Xbox business. And maybe Trista, you could just tell us, I'd love for you to do two things. One, introduce yourself and your background to start, and then also tell us a little bit about what you're doing here in New York during UNGA.
Sure. Is this on?
Yeah.
So this is quite impromptu. Thanks for putting me on the spot.
You're welcome.
York. If York is on the push end of technology, then for the moment, then I will speak to the voice of the pull end of technology, from demand side internal to the Microsoft system. I'm also speaking from the perspective of the gaming audience, because gamers are younger, they are more integrated with more forms of technology. They come off of a very different consumer base. So that is to say, when we do things like supply chain for the Surface laptop and line, oftentimes we're dealing with institutions that are they have legal requirements to ask for certain properties, but those boundaries of the asking, the market signal to Microsoft to create a product, are also defined by what is industry standards, what are the political or government requests coming in at volume and at scale. Yet gamers are located all around the world. They have different expectations, they have different understandings, they have different experiences when they're engaging with their devices, whether it's in energy consumption and access to renewable energy and the efficiency with which they're engaging with those grids, or the kinds of expectations they have for the materials. So, for example, the properties of reused plastic and turned into a controller, or recyclable batteries, or the repairability of their equipment that come into their households and the ability to turn that into circular processes. So everything that we translate through the gaming product line is very, very individualized consumer experience. Anything that is seen to inhibit that experience is obviously rejected. We oftentimes can't go ahead with things that are government mandates, but we can make big advancements in areas like the kinds of projects that York is representing, because consumers really want them. And increasingly, we're putting out surveys to gamers at large events. For example, Gamescom. Gamescom had 350,000 attendees. This was just last month. And we put up a big, on the crown, they call it, Xbox sustainability. It's the first time it's ever shown up like that. And the advertisement that it's possible to developers to green their code or increase the energy efficiency of their coding, which pushes out into the source code energy efficiency in every single household in which the game is played, whether it's on Xbox or whether it's on a competitive device or even on PC. We are reducing the emissions at scale because it's possible to green their code and alerting the consumers that there are properties that they can make changes about that. But we can also put out things like gamer quests, where they're running around the conference room, picking up Game Pass rewards for answering questions that have to do with the desirability of different properties of their product line. For example, are they concerned about cause-related materials in their controller, whether it's marine plastic or recycled plastic bottles? What are their expectations? Do they think that those devices should be costing less? Or do they think that they're willing to pay more? What about recyclable batteries? What about forced labor? Are they aware that forced labor exists in the supply chain? Do they care about conflict minerals? Do they know what conflict minerals are? So when we get feedback at the consumer scale, it allows us to send a demand signal internal to product design in Xbox that's very responsive to what the consumer is experiencing and exhibiting preferences for. And then we can turn that kind of demand signal over to teams like York's that then help to create the traceability and transparency and provenance documentation on both ends of the supply chain. So whether that's going very far upstream to the source of the materials or very, very far downstream, what happens when people return their devices and then they're able to either repair it, return it for responsible recyclability or repairability at scale, and also be able to redesign those products to increase the likelihood that that material will be brought into a circular system.
So hard question. When you think about things like the ocean mouse, what kinds of issues do you have to think about when you're thinking about that from a product perspective, and what is the Ocean Mouse?
So the ocean mouse is a standard computer mouse. It's made with recycled plastic from the ocean. And that is something that is very cause related. Consumers loved it. It was something interesting for us because, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes when you're using recycled material, the consumer's concept is, well, you guys didn't have to pay for that. The price should go down. Well, is where the production line comes from, and because of all the controls and because of oftentimes there are substances in recycled plastics that makes it very toxic or unable to recycle, sometimes production costs can go up higher. So on one hand, it's the consumer expectation we're thinking about. In the case of the ocean plastic mouse, consumers loved the look and feel of the mouse. They liked having it around. It's a point of discussion. People brag about it. They take their little pet mouse everywhere and they name it. They really love that mouse. Same thing has been for the Remix controller, where they really studied the substances by which they were going to be using in the textures. They used GIS contour lines to texture the Remix controller. That's all consumer regrind. And I think one thing that's really important is that when we're talking about different use of materials and increasing circularity of product line, if we're thinking about the large product line that we are creating, whether it's a laptop or a console, the refresh rate is very slow. It takes Surface refreshes about once every year. Xbox refreshes once every 5 to 7 years. So that means that if we're talking about redesign of a console, 7 years out, we're already past the 2030 goals. So what's really important for us is to use those opportunities to get products and materials and different characteristics into the consumer hands so that we can get immediate feedback. So that's where things like special edition controllers, you always see, what the heck is up with all these different special edition controllers? Do we really need another version? But it's experimental because it gets materials into consumers' hands. We get immediate feedback as to whether or not they like it, they're responding to it, does it create a buzz? We use that feedback then in incorporating it and also understanding whether or not our suppliers are becoming versant in being able to get that material into something. Does it have the same robustness? Does it pass the same safety characteristics for fire retardancy and so on? So all those pieces go into decisions about using alternative materials in production line.
So interestingly enough, one thing you missed was games run in a cloud also, right? So we do have the same benefits of green code from Xbox games and other providers' games that are running in a cloud. And in addition, a software product like a game has a supply chain. It's just a software supply chain, right? With production and gaming teams who are using AI rendering tools, and they all have a carbon footprint, right? That is the upstream of a game, essentially, in terms of a carbon footprint. And one of the things that the Green Code Initiative does, it also helps those developers know what green code is and how to write code in a more cost-effective or carbon-effective way, right, as well.
Right. And so if we're thinking about the production chain on the coding side, how very, very difficult it is, just as I was mentioning, all the complexity there is in getting higher and lower in the material supply chain. There's also great difficulty and enormous complexity in going higher and lower in the digital supply chain as well. So that is to say, every time we are running a game on Xbox Game Pass, maybe running in the cloud, could be running on a console, but that game is created by a company somewhere that has its own scope 1, 2, and 3 footprint. The complexity of creating calculations for how we help those studios set targets and then bring those emissions down over time is enormously complex, and also for their understanding in the scheme of things, because they too have an upstream and a downstream. And blockchain is a really tremendous technology in terms of helping create visibility and traceability, and also to be able to create envelopes of emissions that can be parsed out. There is an enormous potential there for also being able to give visibility for certain aspects of emissions at certain gated times of information exchange. It's really critical at all points of digital production to be able to allow safe sharing of information between providers in order to increase that collaboration and also allow organizations, and whether it's studios or different parts of the production, to set goals together and work collaboratively to bring those emissions down, because everybody plays a part.
I'm so glad you brought up blockchain without prompting. No, Tristan and I have been collaborating since you've been at Microsoft, basically almost 3 years now. Yeah. And Trista also was one of the founders of Playing for the Planet. Can you tell us a little bit about that initiative?
Playing for the Planet, we celebrated yesterday for our 5-year anniversary. We established it at UN General Assembly. This was when I was working for UN Environment, and we brought together the lead CEOs from all of the major gaming companies in order to make a pledge. At that point in time, Microsoft has not yet made its 2030 goals. And when we were prompting Xbox to create commitments for climate, there was some consternation because gaming can't move forward without the other business groups. So we were really proud and happy to form one of the stimulus to consideration of how Microsoft might consider the all-up environmental goals. And we feel that we've been playing that role for many companies ever since. Currently, the organization Playing for the Planet represents 40 plus independent large AAA game companies. It represents the gaming activity of 1.5 billion game players, and it represents about $1 trillion in market cap. The gaming industry, in case many of you aren't aware, has 3.3 billion gamers worldwide. It represents $364 billion worth of revenue every year. That's more than Hollywood, Bollywood, professional sports, professional music, and theater receipts combined. And yet it's a sleeper in terms of economic sector, but it is enormous in terms of the consumer signal that can be sent. But that consumer signal can only be sent if gamers can express their preferences to companies that can yard up that information. And then we yard up that information, and individuals and organizations that are able to pass that information through electronic traceability and verification, so that way organizations like Microsoft can send the demand signal to suppliers, manufacturers, both upstream and downstream, to provide that same quality of product that those consumers are demanding. So we're really happy to celebrate the 5-year anniversary yesterday all together. And also we celebrated within Xbox, we are discussing publicly emissions prevention, because it's very difficult to get a statement about an accomplishment out because there's such heavy regulation, rightly so, about anti-greenwashing. This is another place where I think blockchain has really great potential because it allows for the documentation and verification. The difficulty of companies talking about what's working and what is making them successful makes it very, very difficult to talk about those wins in such a way that other organizations can pick that up. So we were quite proud yesterday to be able to speak publicly about the emissions prevention within just the green coding and energy saving initiatives within the fiscal year 2020 to 2023. So this is old data, but it took us a long time to get it out to the public. That's 1.2 million metric tons of emissions prevented from going to the atmosphere. That's not credits or renewable energy credits or carbon credits or anything like that. It represents the equivalent of about 3 billion car miles worth of emissions from going to the atmosphere just on Xbox platform alone, only on Xbox consoles. But because we did that through greening the source code, we know that we're making multiple times that kind of impact on competitors' platforms by reducing their emissions for them as well.
That's really interesting. Congratulations. Yeah, awesome. Any last comments since we're about to wrap up?
Blockchain, to me, is one of the most important and interesting frontiers in sustainability. there is so little literacy and awareness of how important it is. And so I really think that this skill set, you know, I'm always so pleased when I hear York's reports of the classes that he's teaching and the lecturing that he's giving, because it's allowing capacity building among younger entrants to different pieces of the market. And that is really promising to me. We've been talking a bit about some of the engagement in Minecraft, using Minecraft as game-based play to familiarize different groups to close the green skills gap with representation of different elements of technology. We have a presentation tomorrow at Goals House on the use of Minecraft to introduce modules on JS raster data sets and AI to identify illegal deforestation. And I'm really excited about forthcoming modules on blockchain and traceability in this supply chain too.
Yeah, the course material on Minecraft and AI and deforestation, it was fascinating. I was looking at it, and it's meant for people who are very young, which is also interesting.
Or young at heart.
Yes, that's right. Because I definitely want to adapt it to my students in the grad program. So thank you, everyone. And by the way, all of the comments about blockchain were unprompted. So I guess I've done my work over the last couple of years. Thank you, Trista.
Thanks for having me.
Round of applause. That was great. Loved it. Awesome. All right. We're going to keep going. That was a nice surprise. Thank you, Trista, for joining us up here. That was great. Okay, we're going to keep moving. Folks, we've got about an hour. Just a reminder, our sponsors are awesome. Make sure you give them some love out there. We're going to be moving on. Navigating the complexities of the voluntary carbon market, the role of nature-based solutions in IWA DMRV. Jackson Ross, everyone give Jackson right here a big shout. He has been busting his butt all week, getting ready for these past two events. Thank you, and he's been great to work with. Jackson, are you ready? All right, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us here today for another wonderful session, what I hope will be an insightful session for you all on navigating the complexities of voluntary carbon markets. We've heard a lot about that today, and want to continue to drill into that and talk about the importance of nature-based solutions and DMRV. Talked a lot about DMRV today, and we plan to talk quite a bit more about it. It is an emerging area in this space, and I think that there's quite a bit to discuss around that topic. My name is Jackson Ross. As Dave was so kind to mention, I'm the Director of Technical Programs at GBBC, and I also head the Interwork Alliance, which we can talk about a little bit more. But first of all, I wanted to start off by letting my panelists introduce themselves, just a little bit about what you do and kind of your connection and interest in the topic that we have here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Francisca Garay. I'm Olcott.io's COO. Olcott is the digital division of Olcott Group, which is a carbon project developer that's been in the market for about 15 years with projects in Latin America and Africa and all different regions. In the past couple of years, we've been integrating technologies, but also building our own platform based on technical capabilities provided by blockchain, and in particular, the Hedera Guardian ecosystem. So this topic is something we work on daily. And yeah, I'm happy to share more.
Hey everyone, my name is Wes Geisenberger. I help lead a group called the HBAR Foundation Sustainable Impact Funds. We're a grant-giving organization. In the Hedera ecosystem, we're focused on bringing the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger. And I also chair the Carbon Emissions Token Task Force as part of the IWA, and have been a long-standing participant in the Voluntary Ecological Markets Task Force. And before I get any further on that, everyone should thank Jackson and the IWA team for the IWA work. It is not an easy job to get everyone together week after week, year after year. It is one of the most important working groups in the carbon markets. And so I'm really happy to be part of that. And a lot of this panel I know is going to focus on it, but just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Wes. And I also want to thank everyone who participates in it. I mean, for all of the work that goes on behind the scenes, none of it would be able to be accomplished without the expertise that we get from our members and those who participate.
And I would third that. My name is Karen Hardy. I'm the CEO of Nature Wired. We're a climate tech startup, and we are working towards a transparent marketplace that unites corporations with nature-based solutions that will have community impact. And I think that's something that's really important in terms of the transparency, which we'll talk more about. I am a member of the IWA task force for the voluntary carbon markets. I also want to thank Sandra and the GBBC team for inviting Nature Wired to be a sponsor. And I think both Jackson and Diana, if you meet Diana as well, she's doing amazing work with sustainability and supply chains. There she is.
Well, thank you all very much. And it's lovely to have you on the panel. I know Wes and Karen, I work with you very often. And Francisca, it's been great to get to know you and understand kind of what you're working on at Alcott. And I think to tee up this conversation and to set the scene a little bit, and in our conversations previous to this, Wes, we had talked about some of the kind of complexities, challenges, and considerations around the current state of voluntary carbon markets at kind of a data and technology level. And I know that you always have really insightful thoughts into this. So I wonder if you could just kind of lay out the landscape for us.
Yeah, so I think a lot of folks see the voluntary carbon market and they see specific brands. But when you look at a carbon credit, it's the work of different communities and passing data forward. And that data has to be based on standards. Now, today and historically, those standards are written in PDF. You had Toby here from Vera earlier, but there's many other standards in the market. And those standards have been hard created. There's some folks who have written dozens and dozens and dozens of methodologies in PDF. And the data, the way it's been collected historically, has been in PDF and Excel from a variety of parties passing across the market. And there's always a question around, is this data leading to the activity that we're supposed to be accounting for in emissions reductions, avoidances, removals? And when we think about the market as a whole, the market has always struggled to relate that information in a way that's meeting what our expectations are today. A lot of times they're 140 character expectations, and these PDF documents of just the rules, sometimes they're 400 pages. And they're of complex formulas, calculations, different disciplines and domains that impact industries from a forestry perspective to a technical-based perspective, thinking about how methane emits from compost, or how we're avoiding emissions in that light. And so a lot of the questions lead to complex investigations. And those investigations don't always have all the context when a journalist is thinking about something in, when they have to turn a story in or over a period of a few months, if they have a lot longer to do a feature article. And the market always asks those questions because they want to make sure that the dollars are going to impact the activity that's being financed is looking to happen. And the market struggled with that for the past couple of years. The impact on prices, because people don't know if what is being attested is really happening. But there's also an opportunity in that to improve and innovate our systems. And I think that's also the thing that I'm excited about from the IWA perspective, because we know from the bottom up of how to change some of these things because we've gone and met with the parties to help address the challenges. And I think one of the things that to give the market confidence is working from the ground up to know every step of the way, who said what when. And there's great project developers who aren't just saying, well, the environmental integrity side of who said what when, or the SDG side of attestations of who said what when, but financially, are the dollars going to communities? And I'm really excited about the work that Alcott's doing on financial transparency tied to that, because those are the questions when we know dollars are going where they're supposed to for the activities that they're supposed to be addressing, we can address a lot of the tough challenges in the market. As science matures and we get new technologies, whether it's satellite data or eddy covariance data, for folks who know, Hyphen, another member of the task force, is working on that technology. There's a lot of different technology that come to address issues, but those integrity challenges, we also have to translate every single piece of technology, every part of environmental science into the context and to meet people where they are, not just the corporate buyers at large corporations, but the folks who are working all throughout the value creation process it's the key step to getting the VCM back to a growth pattern that we all can, we all strive to achieve.
Thank you, Wes. And I think leading into that, and we've heard a lot about DMRV today, and I think some of the conversations we've been having recently is, what is DMRV? People talk about DMRV all the time. It means different things to different people, and sometimes, they may look at DMRV from a very narrow perspective of just the monitoring or measurement portion instead of looking at kind of holistically what DMRV is as a whole. And so I just wanted to kind of go down, and we can start with Karen, and just, what DMRV means to you when you think about it. What are the benefits of DMRV, and compared to traditional MRV, what do you see as being that kind of progress that DMRV has made?
Sure. So Wes has already really touched on the traditional measurement, reporting and verification models, which has been very much a PDF process. And, I think there's been a spotlight in the last couple of years on MRV and the voluntary carbon markets. With the digital approach, there's an opportunity to bring in technologies. And I think 2024 is really creating a fresh start for this. When we look at things, not just blockchain, but artificial intelligence, if we look at the automated process of measurement, bringing in sensors and satellites, then the reporting piece, bringing in advanced analytics, and allowing for machine learning to also create mechanisms for improvements to be highlighted. So that allows for the scientists, for the viewers to understand a little bit more and get greater insights. And then from a verification standpoint, bringing in blockchain, right? So blockchain creates that trusted transparency across that entire transaction. So to me, the digitized part of it is going to continue to evolve. This is not a one and done, and we've got DMRV and that's it. It's going to continue to advance, and more of the processes are going to become automated. I mean, for those of you that were at Toby's talk earlier from Vera, he spoke about DMRV, and he spoke about how the processes will be brought in as part of these pilots that Vera's doing. And so, we're going to see this continue to advance.
I think one thing we need to consider is going from where we have MRV to digitized to digital. And it's building that capacity along the way. Most of the project developers are still thinking about, how do I get my Excel sheet to a VVB in a way that is understandable, and then making sure that what the VVB submits then to the standard is going to meet the requirements of the standard. And it's going to take time. Many of these projects have existed in some way, shape, or form for years, with millions of dollars of finance to have an expectation. But I think the opportunity is to use technology to help improve integrity, and that's where DMRV comes into play. And so when we take ways to standardize how we bring this data in, for example, in the red plus category, and I mentioned hyphen earlier, but they look at both atmospheric monitoring from a satellite perspective, but on the ground truth with the eddy covariance sensors that they're standing up, and they have to stand up a few towers in a forest to be able to understand how the forest breathes or respirates. That's one M. It's the measurement and monitoring of that data. They use AI to help predict what that looks like across an entire forest, a large area. But the opportunity is to make sure that that same data, as it passes through, is reported, validated approach, verified for submission, so that when it comes through, it's that same data set and not another PDF, another Excel sheet passed, and there's opportunities for error. And I think that's our opportunities to build a streamlined system that we can get to issuance faster with less headaches going back and forth, because these workflow systems that have to be built, they exist inside probably almost every company that everyone here's worked at or will work at. But in this case, it's a multi-party system, a multi-party workflow, and that's the power of where public ledgers can come in to enable DMRV. They lower the cost of trust across all these parties.
Thank you for that, Wes and Karen. And then Francisca, I want you to also, talk about what DMRV means to you, but also maybe tie it into some more grounded practical use cases that you're seeing at Alcod.
Sure. I would like to invite you all to kind of like simplify the conversation here. And we're talking about data, right? A lot of data. And there's a lot of big words and acronyms, both in the environmental world and the technical world. But what we are trying to do is bring data from the ground to the ledger. And in order to do that, DMRV and digital integrations in general are making our life easier in a lot of ways, but also are bringing so many benefits to the market in general. So I want to quote, I hope I pronounce his name right. I don't know if he's here. I met yesterday in a panel the former CTO of IBM North America, Gurvinder Singh. He's a blockchain pioneer, and he was saying data is mostly analog, right? When we go to a forest to do a forest inventory, the trees are analog, and the birds are, and the sounds are, and we need to collect this data and digitalize it in order to manage it, in order to analyze it, to answer a set of questions, very specific questions in a methodology. So when we convert this data into a digital format, we can transmit the information. Especially, I wanna talk a little bit about the product that we're building. As I mentioned, it's called Stratos, and it's basically a data engine that collects the data in the whole life cycle of a carbon project, and then it's all recorded in the blockchain. So what that does is bring this immutability, transparency, traceability that we're all looking for. And the framework for DMRV exactly does that. It like allows us to have a set of rules, so we are speaking the same language. And that's why at the beginning I said, like, I want to simplify the conversation, because I think that's what sometimes is lacking. And that's why I think the work that you're doing is super valuable in getting us together in speaking the same language.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing about that, because I think you're right. There's so many acronyms, and there's a lot of different discussions that are very high level, but at the end of the day, it's good to have kind of a grounded view of what's actually going on. And like you said, at the end of the day, someone's having to go out into those forests and measure the sound, count the trees, do these things. There are ways to automate that, but at the end of the day, it does start at a very kind of grassroots level. And so, you have to start there before you can get to these larger DMRV kind of frameworks and systems. And I appreciate your comments about kind of the standardization. And I wanted to actually hand it back over to Wes and Karen to kind of talk about some of the work that we've done within the IWA. And I know that both of you, you participate within the IWA's working groups, but also with other standards bodies and other organizations in the space. So I just wanted to see if you could talk a little bit about the importance of standards in this space. What does that enable, and what does that allow? And then also, if you want to speak directly to some of the IWA work, that would be great as well.
Okay. So first of all, how many of you have heard of the Interwork Alliance digital DMRV? Okay. All right. So we've got a good portion of you. And how many of you have actually implemented using the DMRV framework? Excellent. Okay, we got a couple. Well, I think one of the opportunities around the framework itself, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, this has been available for about 3 years now, and it's continued to be a community that have provided feedback and insights and updates to this framework. But what the framework provides, first of all, is it provides a set of rules and guidelines for MRV data for sustainability. Secondly, it allows for interoperability of systems and platforms. So you can have multiple different layer one blockchains, for example, or different platforms and systems, technologies that can all work together. And that creates a common language. And thirdly, it allows for stakeholders to really understand the data and make informed decisions. So I think this is such a valuable framework and tool that has continued. And Wes, the demonstration you showed earlier was amazing, because that's how it's really been formed and created, is around this framework. So what does standards ultimately do? It kind of levels the playing field. If we think about the voluntary carbon market for nature-based solutions, it's really been about a lot of large projects. And the smaller landowners or the smaller opportunities for nature-based projects haven't been able to really get into the voluntary carbon market because of the costs. And what DMRV and what this framework really enables is for those landowners to be part of this. I think that standards also create a way in which we can break down some of the barriers, the challenges between the buyers and the suppliers, and all the intermediaries that are in between the voluntary carbon market. We can start to have common terminology and a common language and a common understanding. And I think that's really important in terms of where we are right now and what benefit this can bring for climate change.
I really like what you said about this, the smallholder farmers and being able to get into the market. One of the first grant we actually did out of our fund was with a company called Dovu, who was one of the first references in the voluntary ecological markets, task force's standard. And they actually took these definitions, these taxonomies, and they laid them out in their workflow, which is built on the Guardian. And the reason why we did it was because they could take that audit trail, the methodology that's been digitized, and they could make it explainable to the end buyers. And they were working with farms that were as small as 2 acres. I've never seen a credit. There's not a lot of credits issued when farms that small, but I've never seen a credit issued for a smaller project. It wasn't about, having a tens of thousands of dollars verification process, but at that size, they were able to get premium prices for their credits because they were showing that the impact was real. They were still getting lab tests. They were still doing different processes you expect in validation and verification, but they were doing it in a much smaller scale. Now that was, I think, a proof of concept at that level, that size. But as we scale up at a technical level, we have these definitions, and I want to give a big shout out to some of the members of the Dovu was one of the first to ever take this to market and use, but there's a lot of other members, including Microsoft and Marley Gray and some of the other longtime members. I know Stan from Recycle Go is a longtime member of that group. They put in a lot of effort to define all the terms of the market that folks take for granted, even definitions of permanence, durability, additionality, leakage, and building that out to long-form definitions that I can label on my technical systems so that when you look across a standard, whether it's Vera, Gold Standard, CDM, they mean the same thing categorically. So when we go to build technical systems, we can put the right labels on the different data attributes that lead to the actual asset attributes in a credit. And I think the opportunity is because we can work across the different technical systems, taxonomically, we're in a really good place. And we talk a lot about the TTF token taxonomy framework, but it's not just about tokens. We're looking at all the MRV that leads to the token, the methodology labels, all the properties that come out of that. How should we work on I think we're calling it a verification process agreement, of the process for verification and all the different data steps that go in between. Those different definitions are the underpinning of how the market needs to think about building technical systems, because if we all verify things technically a different way, we're building black boxes. If we all use the same technical labels, even if we build 2 separate open source systems, or even somebody builds a closed source system, it can be rationalized across the board. So if the carbon credit's built on the process that we're taking from PDF or Excel to digital step by step by step by step, If we don't have a digital translator every single step of the way, we don't know what that process is leading to because we don't know what happened looking backwards. And the way that credits work is we value the activity usually after it happens. But if we can't prove agnostically what happened for the last 3-5 years in a credit's creation through the systems that they're collecting data in, we don't necessarily know what's in the credit.
Yeah, and I think you get to a good point there about, we can talk about the structure of the tokens and the taxonomy around that. But at the end of the day, the token is only as good as the data that goes into it. And so I think that's been really one of the really good things that's come out of the group in the last year is getting more into the DMRV process and really drilling into, we have these good definitions that can help to create interoperable systems and easier to deploy systems. But, the entire process around getting those also has to be well defined because otherwise, like you said, you need to know where that data came from, that it's legitimate, that it's valid, that it's been checked and verified, and all of the kind of provenance that goes along with that. So yeah, and I think it goes far beyond taxonomy. I mean, it's more process definition and working with, within the existing system to map out how you do these things while also, trying to find where these new technologies and things can also help to, increase efficiencies. And so I think that, and I want to be mindful of time here. And I think it would be good to just understand, what do you see in the future for voluntary carbon markets? What do you want to see? What do you expect to see? If you want to give, 1, 5, 10 years, if you can think 10 years ahead in this space, I don't know if that's even possible at this point, but yeah, I just wanted to understand kind of what your vision is for, over the coming years, what we can expect to see or what you want to see out of this space.
Okay, I'm gonna go with expectation or wish. Going back to my original point, I would like to, all of us, technology, environmental, everyone related to the market to have a common language. And for technology to actually, be able to support the action on the ground. I was talking before about how we're collecting data from the ground to the ledger. Being able to see how it's the other way around as well, how the ledger brings all of these benefits to the ground. I think it's the goal.
Thank you.
I think I want to build on that, and it's a two-way conversation. We hear a lot about in the market from groups like the ICVCM about what the quality of credit should be, which methodologies are okay. Well, going back to having a conversation, why can't some of the folks who are developing projects or communities on the ground or groups of communities on the ground who maybe are from Global South versus maybe Global North-driven stakeholders who are buying the credits, help have that conversation in a way where they can say, these are the attributes, the things that I value. It could be in biodiversity. It could be in other areas in social or economic development. I was with a friend visiting a community in Senegal who's planting mangroves. And I remember one of the more surprising things was the first dollars that they wanted to spend were on sending their kids to be able to play soccer. And we visited a different community in Cote d'Ivoire the week prior. And we found out that community, they valued what they were doing so much from the carbon markets from a community perspective. They were taking their own money, even without the dollars from carbon credits, and spending it on conservation so that they could basically plant mangroves so that they could have better fish hatcheries so that the fish would come back, the birds would come back, they were protecting their ecosystem. The values that we think of that a carbon credit provides to a company buying it of an emissions reduction, on the other side may be sustainable development. And I would love to see that conversation find its way back to being a two-way conversation versus a one-way buyer-driven discussion.
I love that. Ultimately, I think companies they can't just decarbonize, and the investment in nature is key. And unfortunately, nature is making up 30% of the climate solution, but it's only getting 10% investment. And I listened to a lot of panels yesterday that talked about legislation and regulation, and there's a mismatch, going to your point, Wes, between what's on the ground and what's needed. And so I think there is this opportunity for more automated processes to happen, more technology to be brought in to the equation, that can really break down the conversations that are lost right now, I think, between what is assumed is needed and what the reality is of what's happening on the ground.
Thank you very much. And I know that
I think we hope that's going to happen in the next year.
I hope
'Cause
so.
we need it.
I hope so. Well, I know that we're running short on time, but I wanted to thank my panelists here for joining me. If we could get a round of applause for these lovely panelists here. And one final thing that I wanted to leave with you all is, as part of the IWA's working group that's looking at DMRV, we have a survey. So for anyone who's working in traditional MRV, DMRV, we would love to get feedback on what you're seeing, what your experience is with either traditional or digital or digitized MRV. The QR code here will take you to the survey. Also, a link to the survey can be found on GBBC's LinkedIn and X. Post should be coming out here in the next few minutes. So we would love any feedback that you have on that work, because that kind of informs what we continue to look for and help to define for future versions of the framework. And I know that Wes and Karen and the whole IWA team would really appreciate some feedback from people who are implementing these things on the ground and more practically. So thank you all very much for joining today, and look forward to more wonderful panels.
Thank you, everybody. All right, two more panels, folks. Thank you for sticking with us today. It's toward the end, feeling good, been great vibes. Diana, are you okay? Great, you're here. We're going to be talking about the Global South. So there's lots of discussions about the Global South. Oftentimes, it's how to engage feelings that, rightful feelings that they've been excluded from many of the conversations around climate finance, yet we are dependent in the global north in particular on the health of their ecosystems for survival. So what does it mean to engage the global south, to include the participants and players and people there? So we're going to be having a discussion about unlocking the global, unlocking financial inclusion, blockchain and digital assets in the global south. And Diana, when you want to join us up here? Great. There you go. Yeah.
Hey, thanks everyone for sticking with us as we are getting closer to the end of the day with so many panels and conversations. So we're here to talk about the Global South, like David mentioned, Dave, and what blockchain and digital assets mean for inclusion of populations in an area of the world that has been more underrepresented generally and less economically developed, and how can we bring access to networks of productivity and exchange with this decentralized technology. And I'm joined here by Elon and Tim. I'll let you introduce yourselves, and I'll start saying real quick, I'm Diana, Head of Research and Sustainability at GBBC, and it's a really great day to be with all of you today. So Elon, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Diana. My name is Ilan Melendez. Coming from Costa Rica, Latin America, and I'm the regional lead of blockchain. I believe that maybe we can talk a little bit more about it in a bit.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim, coming from Quito, Ecuador. We have a good LATAM crew here today. I am the managing partner and founder of Mercy Corps Ventures, a family of funds focused on climate adaptation and financial resilience in emerging markets. So we invest pre-seed, seed stage equity, but we also have a fund dedicated to grants that show proof of concept around the impact and commercial viability of emerging technologies. And we've done a bunch in the Web3 space, as well as climate tech as well.
It's so good to be with both of you, especially because we have some connections between both of you. But anyway, before my foray into blockchain, I used to work in international development, and I used to work for an organization called the Inter-American Development Bank. I was fascinated by the way that different countries could come together and form what the concept of a development bank is. And it's a concept that came about essentially in the post-World War II era, where basically all of the world decided that it is convenient both for developed and developing countries for there to be peace and peace through commerce in many ways. And the development of poorer countries essentially is convenient not just for them but also for the developed countries because of better trade relationships, better education, better products, and everything else. So, and in that space, there's, again, a lot of data. There's a lot of funds flowing from one place to another, and a lot of, sometimes even currency conversions. And basically, I'll start with Elon. What is the Inter-American Development Bank doing today with the blockchain that you've been working on, LACchain? And tell us a little bit more about the projects that you've been working with.
Thank you. Basically, one of the motivations of Inter-American Development Bank is how to accelerate the inclusion in all our countries. When we are talking about inclusion, it's not only financial inclusion, it goes beyond than that. It could be education, healthcare, just to name a few of them. So since 2014, more or less, we started executing some projects using blockchain technology, and we realized that there were some challenges for governments, corporates, academia, to take advantage of this in those days, still new technology. And we realized that we needed to deploy kind of like a digital public good that countries can use and take advantage of, and around this to create an ecosystem. And now that is called today LACchain. So it is an infrastructure based on Hyperledger Besu protocol, and around an ecosystem that helps governments, startups, companies, corporates and stuff to deploy use cases in compliance with the regulation of all these countries.
And Tim, you see a lot of different regions of the world in addition to Latin America, and you live in Ecuador. And apparently we overlapped at Notre Dame in undergrad too. So it's been great to meet you in person after many, many years. I don't know if you recognize me. I'm not sure if I recognize you from the dining hall, but anyway, you are working with funding of emerging countries and products and use cases in emerging countries, which is very interesting, where we see cases of leapfrogging of technology, or in many cases like low-hanging fruit. What is the real impact of investing in these emerging economies and the activity that you're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. So, we are by nature a family of funds focused on impact, but at the same time, we do think the next really exciting commercial investment opportunities are going to originate from the Global South for two primary reasons. Number one, the stresses and shocks of climate change are more felt in the Global South than anywhere in the US or developed markets. And those stresses and shocks are well understood. The systems, the problems faced by entrepreneurs, by different actors in those places are really the raw materials to create really interesting solutions around this. And so when we reflect on like the rise of Silicon Savannah, East Africa and Kenya, there were converging factors back in the early 2000s that really led to that. The first was Vodafone, way ahead of its time, forming arguably the first at-scale mobile money wallet for feature phones at a time when mobile phone penetration was quite low, when at a time bandwidth and data were very expensive. But they really saw this future vision that everybody would have a feature phone in sub-Saharan Africa, and that mobile-based money would be the way people would interact with it. Second, about a year later, a major public-private partnership between the government of Kenya and Safaricom, the largest telco, installed the first undersea cable to Kenya. Again, a massive undertaking in the tens of billions of dollars. But these two things converged to lead to roughly 95% adoption of mobile money within Kenya in something like 5 to 6 years, far faster than most developed countries, and really laid the infrastructure then for also an entire ecosystem of mobile-driven solutions and digital financial services. And so when we look at like where we're at today, I think that we already see Web3 and blockchain-based products, technologies, protocols greatly in use in the global south because they solve particular pain points that those places face arguably more acutely than we face here in the global north. Issues around foreign exchange, issues around access to US dollars for various reasons, cross-border settlements, what have you. I mean, it's quite telling. We've all seen probably a news headline around the cash reserves Tether was able to amass in the last quarter, which outperformed Goldman Sachs, despite the fact that Tether only has 50 employees versus 16,000 in Goldman Sachs. This is being used at a huge scale in different ways in emerging markets. And as a fund, when we started getting to Web3, I'd say about 3-4 years ago, we were witnessing this kind of user behavior and said there is a technology layer and ecosystem being built here that we simply can't ignore. This is very likely the future of digital financial services in different ways and other types of products and services. The last thing I'll say is that when we look at the intersection of climate, which is why we're all here this week, and financial services, the building climate adaptation or any mitigation solutions for that matter inevitably requires financing. It needs to be embedded, it needs to be accessed, and it needs to have a variety of tools that allow somebody to be truly resistant to stresses and shocks or to respond and build back better. So we're talking risk transfer insurance, we're talking ability to build assets to withstand any sort of shock to their income, the ability to access credit, to invest ahead of time or to invest after a disaster. This entire ecosystem of financial services is really crucial for building adaptive capacity and building out any sort of mitigation solutions like renewable energy. So we see the two as really intrinsically linked, even though typically I'd say the climate community and the financial inclusion communities are somewhat separate and trying to figure out how they work with each other.
Elon, building off of what Tim said, what can you say about the importance of creating ecosystems of the right stakeholders, getting the right decision makers into the room to create agreement and basically create consensus and get collaboration to occur?
For me, when we are talking about ecosystem, it's kind of like a new approach in a way that we used to see business worldwide, or we normally see our operations. When we are trying to implement a project or in a solution, and think about the Inter-American Development Bank, like trying to implement a solution that will influence the lives of million people, right, or millions of them. So when we are struggling with what is the challenge, we try to look at the challenge from a whole population or a specific population. So thinking about the ecosystem is kind of like mandatory way, because we need to connect with the different stakeholders participating, somehow influencing decisions makers of political things and technology or whatever it is. So one thing that we need to care about is, and especially in blockchain ecosystem, we want to connect, or we see ourselves as an ecosystem as a market maker somehow, in a way that we are able to connect the different solutions that startups are building or technology companies are building up with the real demand that in many cases that demand needs to be somehow teach to corporates, to governments. We need somehow to guide them in how to take advantage, in this case of blockchain, how to take advantage of these kind of initiatives. Because sometimes they are not too familiar or aware of how we can or how they can tackle different issues. So that is one of the things. When we are considering a solution, we are also considering, for example, what is the perspective from an educational point of view, from the regulation point of view, from the community or the end user point of view and stuff, which is something like a more broader view. I would like to give you a little bit of context of this. Just recently, we were implementing a solution in Belize, which is basically providing digital identity to sugarcane producers. they are somehow connected, or they were selling their sugar cane basically, or production to a specific major company and a corporate, but using different intermediaries, including transport services, some kind of regulators as well, and some other participants in this value chain. Through the digital identity, we had to connect all these participants, members of this value chain, and somehow provide them also with a benefit, an incentive, why they want to produce, why they want, or why they need to use this kind of platform. In these scenarios, for example, we have a clear vision. Like corporates, in most of the cases, are the ones making the clear message to their providers to use actually the right platform and stuff. So that leads me to one of the challenges that we're facing, which is standardization. In many scenarios, we need to build a kind of like a standardized platform that can be interoperable with the different systems or platform that every company will be using. And that is something that we also need to take care when we are thinking about an ecosystem approach. And in this scenario, in Veli's case, we are using tokens as well. Tokens to these farmers, tokens. We are paying the delivery companies with tokens too. And finally, the corporate is issuing those tokens through the money they will have to pay one day. So that is part of this kind of like strategy that we have to see very, very broadly, and try to educate a lot in how this is going to be a shift in the mindset of how we operate.
Exactly. So I love, excuse me, I love how you are bringing up the point of it's broader than just financial inclusion and giving access to financial services to certain communities that are unbanked. We're talking about public services, education, digital wallets, identity, and essentially all aspects of civilization, how we operate, how we live as human beings on this earth, and on this earth also interact with the planet and climate. And to Tim, what can you say about the intersection between financial inclusion issues, climate issues, and the whole realm of everything that has to do with sustainability, climate, governance, social issues, and how and why should we be mindful of that integration?
Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, I think taking a step back, I mean, I think that when we look at the global south, well, first of all, we as capital stewards need to respect the wishes of where communities, where regions, where countries, where they want to go themselves. They've done different initiatives to try to set this up through SDGs, through national adaptation plans, and so forth. And so I think our role as stewards of capital, as partners and so forth, is to really listen to those voices and try to invest alongside them, through them, and so forth. I think when we look at that intersectionality of finance and climate, like I was saying before, for me, it's this translation challenge between where are the capital markets in the global north, the objectives that they have, self-interested or otherwise, and what are those objectives on the ground, and how do we bridge that with different types of financial products? And so I think when we look at like a problem set, say nature-based solutions, like a few of the panels today, there are a variety of technologies, DMRV, embedded finance through wallets, what have you, that can power that sector, give a bit more agency and autonomy, allow for co-creation of standards and methodologies like the folks at Regen Network and others are doing. And all those are part of the stack that's all coming together potentially to create kind of a new paradigm for how, again, climate and financial resilience to come together. I do think the area for me, when we zoom in on kind of the blockchain space particularly, is that I waver between excitement around what comes in the future, in the long term, like we're building essentially a new internet, of course. It's something that's been said many times. It's going to take time. There's lots of promising little pilots, but generally speaking, the urgency to actually see these get traction immediately is really there. And the populations we tend to work with and invest in, smallholder farmers, they do not have the time, luxury, capacity to play around with MetaMask, write down a seed phrase, all these different types of things that I think the last few waves of DeFi and so forth were expecting. I think we made a lot of progress as a community in UI, UX, allowing us to really be product-centric with these stakeholders and try to take the promise of the technology, but often maybe sits more in the background so that we can deliver products and services that solve immediate pain points that they have. And again, how that's characterized by individuals, populations, how those things come together is kind of the long-term challenge. Final thing I'll say is I think when we look at problems around climate in emerging markets, it's a multitude of systemic issues, and we can't ignore livelihoods as well. And so the challenge is that we might have a wonderful solution for getting credit to a farmer, but without risk transfer and insurance, really that farmer is not going to be resilient the next time a flood or a drought comes through. And so I think the opportunity in Web3 is that it could maybe more efficiently coordinate those services, but in the short term, when we really need to increase the velocity of what we're doing, we need these things to come together. I mean, I think that's what's wonderful and necessary of working with DFIs, development banks, with national governments. But I don't see the Web3 stack coming quite together as quickly as I would like it to see. I see lots of examples and pilots. Happy to share a few tangibly from our portfolio of things that worked that haven't. More what I see now is that Web2 native products and solutions are looking at how to integrate blockchain on the back end to solve immediate pain points while we kind of look for this Web3 ecosystem to come together and achieve the promise that it has.
Yes. And why are we not where we want to be? Elon, excuse me, I've been talking a lot. What do you think, Elon, are the main pain points in terms of adoption of emerging technologies? You talked a lot about wallets and everything around that.
Yeah, I think we mentioned some of them. From my perspective, the biggest is actually, you mentioned before, the seed phrase and those kind of things. As long as we we have that kind of security measures, it will be a very big technology barrier for most of the population in the world. Especially we are seeing, let's gonna put us in context, right? In Latin America, for example, we have a lot of people with very low literature, and it's important that we can provide tools that are not a barrier for them. I mean, that can help them to integrate into the technology world, not only the devices itself. One thing that we have done, believe it or not, is that we made up like a physical digital wallet, let's say analog, and to facilitate this kind of integration with vulnerable populations. That is one of, probably from my perspective, the biggest challenge that we have. And the other challenge that we have, but in my day-to-day activities, kind of I absorb it as part of my own self, which is continue educating and separating in the discussions. When we are in discussion in a meeting, try to separate what is the crypto world with what is the use cases, the real world use cases that we can implement through the technology. That is something that for us is very important, especially because for some governments, the thinking or speaking about crypto is against the law in some cases, is not regulated, so they cannot do anything with that, or they don't know how, right? So it's really important for us to continue spreading this kind of message, try to differentiate what is the technology and what are the use cases that we have with that. And finally, one thing that I would like to propose is that through that technology, we can solve, as mentioned before at the beginning, use cases from an ecosystem perspective. And normally in our, I think this is my own assumption, but it is something that I constantly see when I'm talking with corporates or governments. We normally think about a solution that we are going to implement in our companies as a single or a standalone solution for me only. We hardly see solutions where we are going to interoperate with some other partners. And that's the beauty of blockchain. I mean, so we need to change our mindset a little bit on that.
Yes, especially as we talk about what has worked. So Tim, what can you tell us about lessons learned, use cases, examples that you've seen from what has worked despite the very real challenges in the global south?
Yeah, and I think, again, where we started from when we started exploring, I'd say, the blockchain crypto space was all of our staff in West Africa, and specifically Francophone Africa, were utilizing Tether to send money around. And so again, it was just trying to be, we would say, smart investors and not being stuck to our worldview of, like telco operators are going to rule the world with M-Pesa and it's going to take over the world, but what is actually happening on the ground? And so I think the success cases can't be understated. I mean, the original utilization of different forms of crypto for peer-to-peer payments, cross-border settlement, some who had the means of buying Bitcoin as kind of an asset accumulation strategy. Like, these are all things that organically happened in great part in the global south as ways for people to logically mitigate risks around foreign exchange, devaluation of currency, maybe access to money, access to quasi-dollars, things of that nature. Moving on in the next wave, what we saw was this intention around UI, UX, and we started to see the rise of embedded wallets across sub-Saharan Africa. We saw the rise of products. We invested in two companies, Ajara and Bitmama, which were essentially creating centralized exchanges, but with a Web 2-like interface. One has a seed phrase, the other does not have a seed phrase. So really trying to be very, very user-centric. And what are the barriers? And each of these companies in our portfolio appeals to different ones who want self-custody and others who really could care less and just want a clean app experience like they have with mobile money. And that was the second phase, like, let's remove some of these user experience barriers. And I think the winners from that wave in this blockchain space maybe let go of some of their philosophical issues with that and said, we're just going to create this experience because that's what's demanded. What we're seeing now, and this is getting to a few of our pilots, and it's all available on our website, mercycoreventures.com or .vc, if you'd like to see more. Ajara, one of our portfolio companies, had the idea of beyond just simple transactions, payments, remittances, what are savings products we can democratize access to that are responsible and right fit for users? Certainly they have users who are playing around with meme coins and maybe making money, probably losing money from that. But they really, truly believe the mass market in sub-Saharan Africa, where people with between $1 to $3 of savings a day, what would be a responsible product that they could give to them that was essentially risk-free, like a treasury bond? So they worked with the government of Cameroon, two other governments, to tokenize and fractionalize government bonds, which historically are extraordinarily low risk, provided an interest rate of 8 to 12%, and hitherto that point required a $10,000 to $15,000 minimum buy in order to access those. And so what this company was able to do was to allow anybody with just a few excess dollars to invest in these bonds, achieve an 8 to 15% yield, get those out any 3-6 month increments. And so really transformative savings product for a lot of these user groups with, at that point, had no access to banking services, no access to really any sort of savings accounts of any nature like that. And again, it was a responsible savings product for that user group, which would not result in a loss of principal. The other example I wanted to give with Bitmama, another one of our companies, we did a pilot with them to really try to understand where are they seeing the greatest use case for stablecoins. And the results for us were somewhat surprising in that they have a few million users across sub-Saharan Africa. What they were seeing, their power users were really these small MSMEs who are using or running between, say, $10,000 to $50,000 a month in cross-border transactions. they're using stable coins for cross-border settlements, ending up being between 30 to 40% cheaper because usually they'd have to move between multiple currencies, number one. Number two, and more importantly, especially in places like Nigeria and others, it can be almost impossible to find US dollars on the economy, or it's really centralized in certain banks they might not have access to. And so what they saw was this massive uptick, especially starting during COVID, but continuing to today, where a lot of small mom and pop businesses were essentially using this to very quickly and cheaply settle payments across borders inter-Africa. That's a $98 billion a year and growing market, and really is core to these economies growing and these small businesses being, successful and resilient. When we look forward, I think what makes us really excited is the combination of these wallets, of essentially these crypto-driven business-like accounts. We can move beyond simple payments, some of these early savings products, but suddenly we should have the ability for these businesses to have a whole suite of solutions, whether it's insurance, whether it's very simple, locking in their savings to achieve a pretty moderate rate of return, things we get used to with Coinbase here and other things, but really are inaccessible in a lot of these markets. So I think that's where we see the future moving. But again, we have a lot of other case studies. And again, we also have a number of ones where usually the product design or that user value proposition assumption was a little bit off. And so on our website, we share that all transparently to, really try to push the sector ahead. I'm so happy to talk through other examples in Q&A or refer to your website.
It's so interesting and even inspiring to see the sheer size of these markets just from the volume of the people that use these innovations that we don't think about every day, but there are a lot of people. So as we approach our final 2 minutes of this panel, for Elon and Tim, any final key takeaways that you would like the audience to remember?
Yes. I mentioned about creating ecosystem, and we were talking a lot about creating ecosystem. Right now, we are launching an initiative that is called AgroWeb3, which is an idea to provide a digital wallet to millions of farmers in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we would like to invite you to participate in this kind of initiative. So yeah, that is a key message.
Yeah, well, in that spirit of collaboration, we have 4 different funds. We invest, we provide grants, proof of concept. We are pathologically collaborative, to borrow Gregory's term. And so very excited to collaborate. We truly believe in the long tail of Web3, but we're also very user-centric and want to rigorously test and kind of push things ahead by developing real-world use cases, whether they work or not. And so we will be launching another Crypto for Good request for proposals, I think in November. We just did one on climate tech and AI. We'll be distributing some grants around that and more information on it. And we'll be doing another one on anticipatory action. So we've done quite a bit in the crypto space around how can you make payments ahead of disasters fast, cheap, and readily available. For every dollar provided before a disaster strikes, it results in a $5 to $15 savings on a monthly basis. There's no other bang for the buck or impact than anticipatory action. So we've done a few in the crypto space because we really believe, like insurance, blockchain can really power the institutions that hitherto are a bit slow to provide payouts, to extend money, and so forth. So very excited to partner around that and share that as well.
So pathologically collaborative, building ecosystems, and stay in touch with these 2 men and follow them and all the amazing things you're doing. Thank you, everyone.
Very much.
All right, that was awesome. Inspiring. All right, folks. Time. We've got our final panel with our great friends at BXC and GBBC, our friends from Ripple. Thank you for joining us. Please join us up on stage. Let's get moving. We're going to dig into, let me switch over here. Whoops. Oh, shit. Yep, excuse me. Diana, can you fix your computer real fast? Sorry. Yeah, I just accidentally pressed it. No, no, it's, all right, please pull up a chair, get comfy. How many do you need? Are you 3 or 4? Okay, great. Let me get. So great story. Last time Megan and I were together, I think it was in Dubai, and not to downplay whatever's going to happen here, but it was what was the panel name? It was
Blockchain catalyzing climate finance at scale.
yes, but either way, it was it was arguably one of the funnest panels that I had been on, just because there was a raucous energy that she led. So to do this at close to 5 is probably going to be a thing, but that was a great memory and far away from here. And so thank you for still holding that space today. So anyhow, welcome. Please introduce yourself, your guests, and we'll get moving.
Okay. That's okay. Great. And Dave sells himself short. He actually actively gave our panelist wine on that panel. So let's see if we can recreate that today. No, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Megan Edge. I work at Ripple. A show of hands, just really quick. How many of you have heard of Ripple? R-I-P-P-L-E. Yeah, great. I should hope so. Well, welcome. I lead carbon investments there, and I also work on our net zero strategy. So sorry, lots of cameras and phones, fun. Our net zero strategy, we've got a commitment to be decarbonized fully by 2030. And we achieve that in a number of ways, one of those ways being purchasing carbon credits, which is quite potentially, where you're coming from, whatever angle, might be a bit controversial. So how many of you, also just quick show of hands, how many of you are familiar with carbon credits? Okay, just about as many of you as I expected. That's great. Okay, right. So when Ripple committed to being net zero by 2030, we looked at our decarbonization plan and realized very quickly that we're a financial tech services company. We work in the space that we don't have our own massive supply chain, so the majority of our emissions do come from scope 3 and our supply chain partnerships. And because of that, those are really hard to abate emissions. And we've tried everything we can at the moment around reducing on scope 1 and 2, bringing renewable energies into the market. But ultimately, a lot of what we currently do today in our strategy relies on purchasing high integrity, quality offsets that we hope one day and expect will be able to be used as allowances under compliance schemes, which we're increasingly subjected to. And why am I giving you all of this context? So one of the big problems in the carbon market, especially if you've all heard of carbon credits, is the amount and surplus of data, the lack of integrity, lack of trust. There has been number of reports written in the New Yorker, in the Guardian, about how carbon offsets are potentially a sham and a scam. And we certainly don't think so, but we do think and can admit that there's a massive data integrity problem. And right now there's just a lot of noise around all of the data in the market. So the conversation we're going to be having today focuses on the data side of carbon markets, on the amount of data, on packaging up that data. And so the two people here with me are very well versed to speak on that, and I'm excited for them to engage with you here. So to my left, we have Bonnie. Bonnie works, she leads climate intelligence. She's principal for climate intelligence in carbon markets at the Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI. And then we have James Walker over there, who's the co-founder of Centigrade, which we'll get into. Centigrade is a collaborative company that RMI and Ripple worked on, and has a very nice take on solving for some of the data issues in the carbon markets. So I think my first question to each of you is, you're coming at this from very different angles and history on your experience in both in climate and on data. Bonnie, I wonder if you can first start. I mean, you come from a background of conservation. You've worked in marine research. You've worked at Microsoft. Bonnie actually led AI for Earth here at Microsoft and was involved in the team that built the world's first planetary computer, which is très cool. And so I wonder, now that you're at RMI and you're focusing on carbon markets data, kind of a different side to environmental data, if you can tell us your thoughts on some of the data trends you're seeing, or what do you make of the current state of data in the carbon market?
Yeah, thanks so much, Megan. And first of all, I'm really excited that Microsoft let me back into the building today. This was like the first time making it back to the New York office, and I was like, great, I'm back in. It's all good. But yeah, Megan, I would say that I've had taken on some very different roles across my career, but the through line through all of the different roles that I've had is really how could we use high quality data so that we can make decisions that are actually environmentally impactful. And so whether that is working on creating sustainable fisheries in Myanmar, or whether that is designing geospatial AI for being able to make environmental decisions, all of this is really rooted in we want to be able to use the data in a way that we could work on advancing for the planet. And so now in my current role, looking at the carbon market system, wow, do we have an interesting data challenge to tackle here. We have a very fragmented and complex data landscape where if you want to really understand what is the performance of a carbon credit that's available for you to buy, you have to look at a number of very different data sources. You could be looking at the project design document. There's multiple different third-party players and service providers in the system that could layer on other data. There's ratings agencies that are providing ratings. And so as you're sort of navigating this landscape and you're trying to figure out, how do I actually approach this? How do I actually use the data to figure out what to buy? I think that's really what we're trying to work on at RMI, is really figuring out how could we work on surfacing data in a way that's actually useful and usable. Having a lot of quantity of data actually isn't helpful if you're not able to use it in a way that's easy. And so we actually want to have usable data in the system. And we also want to really think about how to have it in a framework that is standardized and you could actually use, depending on the type of project you're interested in, it could have very different methodologies that's behind it. And so it could be very difficult to actually understand how you compare one project to another. And so how could you actually bring some standardization into the system so you really could work across a variety of different projects as you're building out your portfolio? And I would say another sort of like personal piece that I'm really excited about is that carbon credits, even though the first word is carbon, and that's oftentimes the major piece that people are focusing on because that's what the accounting is based on, the projects actually could have a broad range of social environmental impact as well, whether that's biodiversity or community impacts or water impacts. And I think that's something that we're really looking at too, is making sure that the data for this broad range of other social environmental factors also is part of the standardization process, and it's not a focus on carbon alone.
Yeah, I really like that last bit because oftentimes, at least in carbon credits, these are pieces of data that honestly, they're not getting credit for. I hate to use the word credit there, but this is kind of like supplemental throwaway data, and it's actually quite a co-benefit, and it comes at actually a guaranteed a higher price often too. So there's, you know, additional income to these kind of scenarios. I wonder, James, you come at this from a different angle on data, and Bonnie, I liked your comment around usefulness because then I think of, you know, how the data is utilized in the carbon market. And so James, you're coming at this from, you know, you've spent years working with in kind of growth stage startups on automation and how people are working around data in different infrastructures. I wonder, now that you've had a chance to kind of look under the hood of the VCM over the last, you know, 12, 18 months, is the data challenge too much? Are we kind of doomed, or do you see that there's some solutions in sight? And yeah, would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. It's definitely a challenge. You know, the thing that's most surprising is how analog the data is, right? So the data exists, but it exists in PDFs and Word docs and Excel sheets, and therefore is not useful, right? So you guys were talking about usefulness earlier. In order to make it useful, you've got to digitize it. So that's something we've been focused on at Centigrade. We partnered with RMI to build a framework, a common framework to be able to evaluate these projects, you know, set a standard, if you will, to enable the market to be able to compare and contrast the projects and ultimately determine, you know, which projects they're interested in and want to buy. So for us, the process began with digitizing the methodologies themselves. You know, each of these methodologies, if you haven't seen them, are, you know, 50 to 200 pages, you know, mostly complex mathematical equations, you know, that are hard to make sense of. And so we digitize the methodologies, put them online so that you can interact with them through a UX that even a layperson could make sense of. And so once we did that, then we began to onboard the projects themselves. And so our mission as a company is to get projects online so they can tell their fully differentiated story to the market, number one. And then number two, we want to make it easy for them to work with service providers that they have to work with in order to bring their credits to market. And then ultimately, number three, we want to make it easy for buyers to discover and diligence projects all in one place, which up until now has not been possible. If you talk to buyers, that's one of the most painful parts of the process, is the fact that they have to access data, multiple sources, multiple formats, and it's a very painstaking process. And so we're working to dramatically simplify that for buyers so they can do it all on Centigrade. I think ultimately what we want to have happen is we want to turn carbon credits into assets that people want to buy, right? The universe of people who are buying them is not huge right now, but I think once people trust that they are viable assets, whether that's buy to retire, buy to hold, buy to trade, buy to sell, we want all kinds of investors and buyers to come into the market, and the way you do that is through data, and so that's what we're focused on.
Yeah, I really can vouch for that buyer piece, because as someone who has diligence projects before, I'll give my favorite anecdote, which is we invested in a mine methane capture project over in, based in California, but working on Appalachian mines. And when we were in the diligence phase, they gave us access to their data room, because that's one of the things that a supplier will often give you access to for counterparty risk and some other bits of information. And it was I want to say it was around 300 document page data room. And one of the things that was included was like a poster from a children's project that they launched, like a children's prize project that they launched. So there's also just a surplus of like manual kind of analog data that suppliers have, and they don't know what data is actually needed for buyers to connect with them. Which, RMI recently launched a buyer's guide to data quality in the carbon credit. I'm butchering the name. Carbon credit data quality. But we were talking about this a bit earlier today about kind of packaging up the right sets of data for buyers, because buyers are inundated with all of these things. I wonder if you can chat with us a little bit more. I think something that stuck out to me in that report was focusing on the buyer's journey and investigating the right pieces, which definitely the Centigrade team is focused on as they build out their product as well. So curious if you can share some of those report findings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for us, one of the pieces that we realize is like, well, if we really want to be able to build out a more trusted carbon market system, one piece is making sure that you have high quality supply in the system. So you actually want to be able to push out more data on carbon credits so you could understand and differentiate what is performing well in the system from what is performing poorly, and you would hope that there is greater demand for what is performing well. But that hypothesis only holds true if you have buyers in the system who are informed enough so that they actually know how to interpret that data and actually make their purchase decisions on that data, and so they are preferencing what is higher quality in the system. And so I think that's one of the pieces. You just spoke about your personal buyer experience. We spoke with a lot of buyers. It can be an incredibly difficult, challenging process to navigate as they're trying to figure out what to buy. And so RMI, we walked through and we sort of laid out, these are a number of the important steps for you when you're looking at how you incorporate carbon credits as part of your sustainability strategies overall. First, you actually do want to strategize. You want to make sure that you have an overall corporation or organization sustainability strategy for how you want to do the decarbonization. If carbon credits play a role in that, you want to be able to identify what are the important carbon credit attributes that you really want to watch out for. And so there's a lot of guidance in the system now, and I think the carbon markets as a whole are really coalescing around some of these major quality criteria, such as ICVCM and their core carbon principles that they put out. And so great, there's some guidance out there for how do you actually identify these important quality attributes. But where RMI saw that there was a gap in the system is not actually a lot of guidance for you to actually figure out, how can I match what I see in the system to the attributes that I want to live up to. It's like, I have this great strategy. I know the attributes I want to look for and I want to buy for, but I just have this like crazy set of data right now and maybe some children's posters, and how do I figure out what actually matches what I want to do? And so that's really what our buyer's guide to carbon credit data quality is looking at, is figuring out how can we arm buyers with some actionable tools and some frameworks to go forward and look at this data landscape and figure out how do you source the data that is important for you to make your decision. How do you collate that together? And then how do you start analyzing it? And so matching it against the attributes that you want to select for. And so as a part of that, it's like there's a couple of different things that's really important for data. So again, it's like it's not just having data that's good. You really need to think about what are these dimensions of the data that you have and whether or not this is going to be helpful for you. And so there's one piece on data credibility, so the scientific validity of the data itself and whether or not you're actually getting important information on the performance of the credits. But you also really want to think about data efficiency. So how usable, how shareable, how easily accessible is this data? Because that becomes incredibly important for a number of different factors and the different steps you need to do, you need to take down the road. And it's also really important to think about the project governance as well. And so this is around, is this data that you're looking at actually independently verified? Are there ways that you're actually layering on other independent verifiers in the system so that you have greater trust in the robustness of the data? It's not coming just from a single source. And so I think we walk through a couple of these different tools and a couple of these different steps in order for buyers to really understand holistically, how do I actually work through processing all of the data that I need to do? I think unsurprisingly, when we walk through all of the steps, there's a lot that needs to be done. And one of the pieces is to make this really actionable, you really do need to leverage tools in the system to be able to simplify this process. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're so excited to be partnering and working with Centigrade, because this is exactly the sort of tool that allows you to be able to have the data in one place and in a format where it's easy to digest.
Yeah, I really, I mean, everything that you said resonates, especially around attributes. We were talking about this earlier about the ability to compare project types too. I mean, that's a dream when you have the right kind of quality of data to be able to look into a platform and see a side-by-side analysis of different projects, because a ton of CO2 is a ton of CO2. But there are different priorities that you as a buyer or investor are looking at that could mean that you're prioritizing a ton of CO2 in the global south as opposed to a ton of CO2 through reforestation in South Carolina, et cetera. So that's really helpful. We keep talking about the perspective of buyers, and I think we're kind of weighted on this side of the spectrum. But I do wonder, I mean, Centigrade, over the past year and a half where you've been kind of in this product development, you've also really focused on the role of the supplier and making their lives easier. Because, to be able to kind of package up all of this data, currently they need to jump through several hurdles, rather expensive ones. And so I wonder, maybe, James, if you can talk to us a little bit about, like, what is the supplier's role in making the lives of the buyers easier? How can they use something like Centigrade, and how can they make their data more efficient to make it more attractive to then put more capital into their projects?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I've got some experience building marketplace businesses in the ads and e-commerce world. That's how I orient myself to this problem. And it's always the same, regardless of the industry. You deal with the chicken or egg challenge between demand and supply. As a company, we took a look at the problem, as is obvious, decided that data was kind of the main problem that needed to be solved, and decided to start on the supply side. So we've been very focused on building software for project developers to make it easier, as I said, for them to put themselves online, but then also make their data available to ecosystem participants, right, in a way that's beneficial to them, right? So I think one of the most important things is, historically, I think folks have looked or at least behaved in a way that suggests carbon credits are a commodity, right, where you buy it one point in time and it is what it is. And our view is a carbon credit should kind of look and behave more like a bond, where it's tied to the performance of an underlying asset. And the way you do that is you provide longitudinal tracking of the project, right? So, folks currently put themselves online, posting PDFs or Excel sheets or Word docs or whatever, as I said. And it's like one snapshot in time, and then you don't really know what's happening with the project after that. And so one of the things that we've worked to do is to build tools to make it easy for projects to give us continuous updates on their data, so that data can then be shared with the market, right? Whether that's the service providers they work with to ultimately bring credits to market, or with the buyers themselves, right? So as a buyer, you're going to have a lot more confidence in a project where you can track the performance of the project over time, right? Understand what that asset is, and it's going to make it more likely that you want to buy it and likely want to buy more of it. And so we think that's an important innovation in the market.
Yeah, speaking of important innovations, I'd like to do a 6-month forecasting question. We've been so efficient with this conversation, almost as efficient as centigrade. No, I'd love to do a 6-month forecasting question. So I really don't like when people say, magic wand, if you could change anything in the carbon markets, what would it be? The answer inevitably always comes back to more policy and regulation. So I'm going to challenge you. I don't think you would use it anyway, but I'm going to challenge you to not say policy and regulation. But if you're looking 6 months into the future, and it's a matter of forecasting, but also wishing, what would you like? We're looking at February 2025, around then, if my math is right. What would you, each of you, like to see happen as it relates to the carbon markets?
I like this magic wand power. For me, I think I'm still a conservationist at heart. I really do believe that we need a functioning voluntary carbon market system so we could get this critical financing towards really important climate action. And I think for me personally, I'm particularly excited about the types of climate action that have all of this additional social environmental impact tied to it, because I think that's really going to be what's necessary as we're working on building towards a more sustainable future. And I think one of the pieces that I'm incredibly excited about being able to work with Centigrade on is I believe that this type of tool, where we're really able to pull out standardized data and be able to really present it in a usable way, is actually going to unlock a lot more project potential, in particular from the types of projects that are not able to access the market now. So you could have really community-led, indigenous-led projects. They are not experienced project developers. And the current system now today means that it is such a high barrier to entry for you to figure out how do you even get your project in front of financiers or folks who are able to invest. And so I think that for me, in the short term, I would love to be able to see the ability for financing to get to these really critical projects. How can we make sure we have money flowing towards these communities, towards the global south, towards these projects that could really actually be impactful, not just for carbon, but for the broader planet as a whole?
James?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the reason we're all here fundamentally is net zero 2050, right? I think we all recognize the importance of solving that problem. And there's no doubt that scope 1, 2, 3 is going to have to play the lead role in getting us there. But there's also no doubt that the voluntary carbon market is going to have to play a critical role as well. And so, I think for us, people, talk about the size of the VCM and, the fact that it's shrinking. The voluntary carbon market today, I'm not even sure it qualifies as a market, right? It's a cottage market. It's not a modern market. But if you recognize the fact that the voluntary carbon market or carbon credits are going to play a critical role in getting us to net zero 50, then the demand will be there. And so the question is there high enough quality supply? And what we've observed over the last year is that there's plenty of high quality supply, right? They just have to be able to tell their story in a way that people can understand it and can track it. And if we enable folks to do that, then the demand will be there, and there's potential to 100x the market from what it is today. So I think my hope would be that people recognize that. They recognize the importance of carbon credits in getting us to net zero 2050, and that they recognize that there are lots and lots of high quality projects out there. I know all the rave has been engineered projects, and there's obviously a lot of great engineered projects, but there's actually a ton of great nature-based solutions out there as well, right? These folks just have to have an opportunity to share the data in a way that helps people understand what it is. And so if we can all continue to work towards that, then I have no doubt we'll be successful.
Great. Well, I think we are then at time. Thank you both for joining on stage and or up here and wherever. The Microsoft office. By the way, shout out Microsoft Sustainability. You're with Microsoft, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Microsoft Sustainability Program has been obviously very crucial to the carbon market. So thank you. And thank you, Dave and the GBBC team for allowing us to chat with you today.
All right. This is the end. Thank you, everybody. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for everyone who stuck around and till the end of the day, and to all of our sponsors, our hosts, the Microsoft team, GBBC, BXC. We might be in Baku. We'll definitely be in Brazil, and some of us will be in Cali. So let's just keep hitting the road and figure out how to figure out this mess together. So thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day and be safe out there. All right.